dapat po munang alamin or matukoy ang pangunahing problema ng bansa upang mapagtuunan ng pansin at mabigyan ng solusyon.
We should have specific goals, do research, and make a policy that is fair for everyone.
Walang problema sa pulisiya. Iayos lang ang pagpapatupad.
Bago patubas ang batas, pag-aralan muna gusto ng government.
Two things, clarity and execution. Both, you need the communication and monitoring. As simple as that.
Mandato ng Philippine Institute for Development Studies o PIDS na gumawa ng mga pag-aaral at pananaliksik ng mga pulisiya at programa ng pamahalaan at magbigay ng rekomendasyon sa mga mambabatas sa pagbabalangkas ng mga pulisiyang makakatulong sa ating bansa. Sinusulong ng aming ahensya ang evidence-based policy making upang bigyan diin ang kahalagahan ng pulisiya na batay sa datos at policy research na sumusuri sa tunay na kalagayan ng ating mga komunidad. Napakahalaga ng policy research, lalo na sa mga panahong dumadaan sa krisis ang ating bansa.
Kapag pulisiya ay pinag-aralan, susulong ang bayan!
In need of references for your research? Do you want a digital library that you can access for free anytime and anywhere? You don't have to look far. SERPI is here for you. SERPI is an online database of socioeconomic materials produced by the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, government agencies, research and academic institutions, and international organizations based in the Philippines. It is the country's first online repository of socioeconomic information, created for policymakers and development practitioners, researchers, educators, and students. To access SERPI, just visit the PIDS website and click the SERPI widget under the Databases tab, or type serp-p.pids.gov.ph. SERPI has a wide variety of materials such as journal articles, books, research papers, working papers, policy notes, audiovisual materials, and more. As of 2022, SERPI has more than 60 partner institutions contributing knowledge resources to the database. SERPI provides a comprehensive coverage of references encompassing 22 research themes: labor and education, gender and development, poverty, technology and innovation, trade and industry, and many more. On the enhanced website of SERPI, you can filter your research by keyword or author, publication type, research theme, or year published, all at the same time. SERPI has more than 7,000 publications and audiovisual materials that you can access and download for free. What are you waiting for? Visit SERPI now. Socioeconomic Research Portal for the Philippines, innovating knowledge exchange and policy research.
AIM has started its legacy as a pioneer business school in Asia. It was founded in 1968 by Harvard Business School Advisory Group, academicians, and prominent business leaders. As the first school in Southeast Asia to receive the AACHB accreditation in 2004, AIM has set the standards for the new generation of leaders, managers, entrepreneurs, and innovators who are ready to make an impact on society. Our graduates are leaders who inspire and transform their industries. Becoming a student of AIM is the first step to creating a legacy as a leader. The Institute carries on its legacy through its 4 esteemed schools, each with its own focus. AIM has established 4 schools to cater to the ever-changing needs of the Asian market.
For almost 55 years, the Washington CC Graduate School of Business has been the training ground for business leaders and managers in Asia's emerging markets. We provide students with the necessary tools to build their organizations and transform industries as the next generation of business leaders. Our programs meet the demands of a developing and integrating Asian market and prepare future captains of industries to pave the way to a prosperous society.
Asia is rich in natural resources that communities have thrived on for centuries, and we want to keep it that way. Our mission at the Zurich School of Development Management is to mold the next generation of development managers and professionals who will lead sustainable development, inspire their organizations, and transform their communities into flourishing, safe, and inclusive societies. We have programs set to prepare students to design and implement public service delivery programs, including poverty reduction, disaster management, and sustainable development projects.
The newest school under AIM, the Bueta School of Innovation, Technology, and Entrepreneurship, has positioned itself as the Asian hub for future-ready leaders. We aim to push the boundaries of the technology economy in Asia. Our programs develop and create a community of innovators, data scientists, technologists, and entrepreneurs who thrive in uncertainty and can confidently navigate the challenges of rapidly evolving industries.
We believe that the right training and development of leadership skills are important in today's business context and environment. At SEAL, we offer programs that aim to produce professional, entrepreneurial, and socially responsible business and development leaders. We provide results-oriented courses that are designed to broaden the skills and competencies of leaders so they can contribute to organizational growth and success and achieve personal career advancement.
For almost 55 years, AIM has been offering graduate programs designed for professionals who seek to enhance their craft and leadership skills. In 2023, the Institute will start its first undergraduate program geared towards setting the path for young, resolute, business-minded, and tech-savvy students on their way to becoming trailblazers. By covering the management skills and knowledge needed from the start to finish, AIM's undergraduate and graduate programs are taught in an environment most conducive to learning to shape the leaders of tomorrow. An engaging learning environment can make all the difference in students' performance and motivation. That's why AIM provides a modern and immersive setting to help future business leaders achieve their full potential. By continuously transforming our campus, we keep up with the evolving industries and use modern technologies to teach our students. The AIM Conference Center, the case rooms, and the Bueta's Tech Space are equipped with a multiple large LED screens for deeply engaging teaching and learning modality. Each space is also furnished with the latest technology to make the communication between the professors and students truly interactive. Our campus also has meeting rooms where students can convene, share ideas, and form lifelong partnerships with one another. AIM's multinational population also approximates a global atmosphere on campus. Our community engages in an open exchange of ideas and experience with the people from various cultures and industries. This type of learning environment shapes well-rounded and globally competent professionals. Our professors hail from different corners of the world. With their diverse backgrounds, they offer students a broad outlook and knowledge. The Institute also provides international academic networks and programs to open a world of opportunities and connections for our future leaders and managers. By nurturing students in an engaging and multicultural learning environment, they are prepared to create their own legacy. AIM continues to raise the standards of leadership. Through our rigorous programs, immersive learning environment, and world-class professors, our graduates are poised to lead, inspire, and transform industries. As a living proof of Institute excellent education, our alumni carry on AIM's legacy through their own success stories.
Managing teams in a continuously changing landscape may be seen as a challenge, but my expertise allows me to carve my own path and leave my legacy.
In the ever-changing field of development management, I'm equipped to create sustainable reform that gives importance to people, planet, and profit.
Technical expertise won't work without actionable insights. More than handling and analyzing big data, I know I'm creating value for businesses and for our society.
After immersing in an engaging learning environment, I'm confident that I can lead with passion, inspire lifelong change, and transform organizations from both public and private sectors.
So what is PIDS? For over 40 years, the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, or PIDS, has been the country's foremost socio-economic think tank. It conducts rigorous and objective policy research and analyses that help the government in crafting relevant policies, plans, and programs in support of the country's long-term vision and development goals. PIDS pursues its mandate through three basic programs: research, dissemination, and outreach. Through its research program, PIDS identifies and prioritizes studies, develops proposals, and conducts research on priority areas. The results of these studies are then disseminated through different platforms, publications, online resources, PIDS Corner, seminars, and the Development Policy Research Month, or DPRM, held every September. To shed light on key policy issues, the advice and expertise of the Institute's research fellows are also sought by policymakers, government agencies, private sector, and civil society. Since 1977, PIDS has completed numerous policy studies on a wide range of development topics. This brand of service has then translated to policies and programs that have improved the lives of every Filipino. Philippine Institute for Development Studies, service through policy research.
Hello, good morning everyone. For online participants, we will be starting our event in 5 minutes. Thank you. Hello, good morning, everyone. We will start our event in 5 minutes. Thank you. Hi, everyone. May I request you to occupy the seats? We will start our event in 1 minute. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Hybrid Symposium on Resilient and Sustainable Future for All, promoting circular economy through responsible consumption and production. This event is organized by the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, or PIDS, Philippine APEC Study Center Network, PASCN, in partnership with the Asian Institute of Management, Rizalino S. Navarro Policy Center for Competitiveness. This is with the support of the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, Philippines. My name is Clarisse Carlos, and I will be your host this morning. On behalf of the organizing team, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the speakers, panelists, moderators, and attendees who are present physically and virtually. This morning, we have an excellent lineup of speakers and panelists. We have representatives from the PIDS, AIM, DTI to provide us with some background on the event and the circular economy. Then followed by two panel discussions. The first panel will focus on producer responsibility, while the second panel will focus on sustainable consumption on circular economy. So each panel discussion will have its Q&A. The program will be closed by a cast, straightly followed by the networking launch. Before we start formally, I would like to mention some house rules. For on-site attendees, should you have any questions during the question and answer, please raise your hand and the moderator will call on you. Please use the microphone that will be handed to you by the usher. Kindly stay after the program for the networking launch hosted by the organizers. Please directly proceed to the Fuller Hall. For the online attendees, your microphone is muted upon entry. In case you have a question, the moderator will read it during the open forum. For those who are attending the webinar via Zoom, please use the Q&A box located at the lower part of the screen. Click the chat icon, type your name and affiliation and your question, and click send. You may do this while the presentation is in progress. The online speakers may respond to you directly in the Q&A box or answer the question live during the open forum. For Facebook viewers, at least 2 questions from the comment section will be read by the moderator during the open forum. We will screen all the questions to ensure that they are relevant to the presentation or the webinar theme. This symposium is being recorded and live streamed on Zoom and the AIM, PIDS, and SERPI Facebook pages. The recording will also be made publicly available on the PIDS YouTube channel. Please note that all presentation will be posted on the PIDS website. So hence, without further ado, may I call on the Vice President of the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, Dr. Marife M. Ballesteros, to give the first welcome remarks. So Ma'am Peng, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jean. So first, I'd like to extend my gratitude to those who are joining us in today's symposium. Let me first acknowledge our distinguished guests and speakers who are joining us in person and virtually. Dr. Michelle Antero, the Associate Dean and Clinical Professor of the Asian Institute of Management. Undersecretary Ruth Castello, Consumer Protection Group, Department of Trade and Industry. Mr. Joshua Abad, Program Manager of the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, Philippines. Dr. Philip Arnold Tuaño, Dean of the Ateneo School of Government. Dr. Josefina V. Almeida, Executive Director of the Philippine Statistical Research and Training Institute. Members of the PASCN Steering Committee, members of the Thesis Grants Committee, as well as the Review, Evaluation, and Dissemination Committee, colleagues from the PISCN network, and those watching through Zoom at the PIDS, AIM, and SERPI Facebook pages. So I would like also to take this opportunity to thank the Asian Institute of Management for this technologically enabled venue. Thank you. So it is of great pleasure, with great pleasure, to welcome you all to our symposium titled Resilient and Sustainable Future for All, Promoting Circular Economy Through Responsible Consumption and Production. This hybrid activity is organized by the Philippine APEC Study Center Network, or the PASCN, the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, or PIDS, and our symposium partner, the Asian Institute of Management, Rizalino S. Navarro Policy Center for Competitiveness. We are also grateful for the support of the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung Philippines. For those not familiar with the PASCN, let me give a brief background. The PASCN was established in 1996 through Administrative Order 303 as the Philippines' response to the APEC Leaders Education Initiative. It aims to promote cooperation among the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, or APEC region, higher education and research institutions. The network consists of 10 universities and 2 research institutions, and the 10 universities who are represented here in this forum are the Asian Institute of Management, Ateneo de Manila University, Central Luzon State University, De La Salle University, Mindanao State University, Silliman University, University of Asia and Pacific, University of San Carlos, University of the Philippines, and Xavier University. The 2 member research institutions are the Foreign Service Institute and the PIDS. So PIDS serves as the lead institution and secretariat, and we hold a symposium similar to this annually as part of the PASCN regular program. So today's conference, as you see from the title, is about circular economy, and we want to explore how adopting the circular economy in the Philippines can promote a regenerative and restorative system for economic development. Actually, the topic of circular economy has been a talking point in every global discussion on climate change and sustainable development. And many countries are actually championing the transformation from a linear economy to a circular economy. So what a linear economy, according to literature, is one that focuses on production and consumption with little regard to resource life cycle. It is an economy that takes resources from the ground, make or produce products from these resources, use this product, and dispose them as waste. So that's the simple understanding of what a linear economy is. And on the other hand, the circular economy is a model of production and consumption that targets sustainability. It's an economy that takes resources on the ground, make or produce products, and allows reflow of product resources back into the economy. So reflow here is not the simple recycling that we know of, or what we are familiar with. It connotes actually a broader resource efficiency and industrial ecology approaches. And I think the important question to many of us is, how can we transition from a linear to a circular economy? Based on the several discussions, the circular economy is still evolving. And one of the strategic approaches used by some countries is to first tackle sustainable business through zero waste and pollution. So that's actually just one component of it. And the Philippines has adopted a similar strategy with the passage of Republic Act 11898, also known as the Extended Producer Responsibility, or EPR law, only in July of 2022. Under the EPR law, companies operating on a significant scale must create a system to recycle their plastic containers or end-of-life stage of their products. The Department of Environment and Natural Resources is optimistic that this law will aid in promoting a circular economy for the country. So transitioning to a circular economy is challenging and requires the dedication and readiness of all parties. It necessitates a shift in perspective, behavior adjustments, and coping strategies. So this symposium is actually one of the knowledge sharing activities that aims to deepen our understanding of the circular economy. The presentations from our invited experts will dwell on the EPR law and on the circular economy and how the circular economy can help achieve the sustainable development goals in the Philippines and APEC region. As actually mentioned already by Jean, the symposium will be divided into 2 panels. And I would just like to acknowledge to mention who are the discussants and speakers for this panel. The discussion will be done by DNR Legal Officer, Attorney Ivy Joyce L. Pedro, and the Worldwide Fund for Nature Philippines Project Manager Anthony Santos, and joining them as discussant is Ateneo de Manila University, Ateneo Law Adjunct Faculty, Attorney Gregorio Bueta. The session will be moderated by Dr. Jamil Paolo Francisco, Executive Director of the AIM. Meanwhile, our second panel will explore the conscientious consumer's crucial role in reducing waste pollution. And the speaker will be from APEC Secretariat Policy Resource Support Unit, Director Carlos Kurimyama, and Greenpeace Southeast Asia Philippines Country Director Lea Guerrero. They will be joined by the University of the Philippines Los Baños College of Human Ecology Associate Dean Maria Teresa Talavera as discussant. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Francis Quimba, the Project Director of PASCN and Senior Research Fellow at the PIDS. So I hope that we will gain from today's discussion. And as we learn more about the challenges and impact of the circular economy, as well as our roles and duties as producers and consumers. So together, let us all work toward realizing a sustainable development for all. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Dr. Ballesteros, for that very insightful remarks. Now, may I call on Dr. Michelle Antero, the Associate Dean and Clinical Professor at the Asian Institute of Management, to give the CELCOM welcome remarks. So, Dr. Antero, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and enthusiasm that I welcome you to AIM RSN Policy Center on Competitiveness event focused on the topic of circular economy. Today, we gather here to delve into an area of paramount importance to the economy, environment, and sustainable future. The concept of circular economy is gaining increasing attention as we recognize the need for a more sustainable and efficient approach to resource management. In a world with finite resources and mounting environmental challenges, transitioning from a linear take, make, dispose model to a circular economy is not just a choice, but a necessity. Here in the Philippines, we have taken significant strides towards embracing the principles of our circular economy. Recently, our government enacted a landmark legislation, Republic Act 11898, which underscores our commitment to sustainable practices and the pursuit of circularity. This law provides a framework for promoting and implementing circular economy principles across various sectors, emphasizing the need for resource efficiency, waste reduction, and the creation of a more sustainable and competitive economy. Today's discussions will build upon the foundation laid by RA 11898 and UN SDG goals. We hope that we can explore ways to effectively implement and align policies with goals set forth by the legislation. By examining international best practices and engaging in fruitful exchanges, we aim to identify synergies and opportunities to drive circular economy initiatives forward in the Philippine context. I encourage you all to actively participate, exchange ideas, and engage in insightful dialogue throughout the course of the event. Let us leverage the expertise and experiences present in the room to develop actionable recommendations and strategies that harness the full potential of circular economy principles as guided by RA 11898 and UN SDG goals. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers, panelists, and participants who have joined us today in person and virtually to join us and share their valuable insights and experiences. I also express my appreciation to all the event organizers and partners who have worked diligently to bring this event to fruition. May our discussions inspire innovative solutions in terms of responsible consumption and production, collaborations, and policy initiatives that will further amplify the impact of RA 11898 and contribute to the advancement of circular economy practices in the Philippines. Today, let us embrace the challenges and opportunities of the circular economy, forging a more prosperous and sustainable future for our nation. Thank you, and I wish you all a fruitful and engaging event.
Thank you so much, Dr. Antero, for the warm welcome at the AIM. Now, I am very honored to welcome virtually Attorney Ruth B. Castello, the Undersecretary of the Consumer Protection Group of the Department of Trade and Industry, to give the keynote speech. So, Usec Castello, the virtual floor is yours.
All right. Of course, I'd like to thank all of you, but first we will give a greeting to Dr. Aniceto Orbeta Jr., the lead convener of the Philippine APEC Studies Center Network, or the PASCN, and the president of the Philippine Institute for Development Studies. We also have here Dr. Jikyung Kang, president and dean of the Asian Institute of Management, our colleagues from the government, leaders and members from the business and the academe, distinguished guests and participants and friends. Ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. I would like to express my sincerest gratitude and thanks to the PASCN and the AM team for appreciating our efforts in advocating for sustainable consumption and production, and also for inviting me to speak before all of you. I would have loved to come to this event physically because the sustainable consumption and production is my personal passion. Unfortunately, the Philippines, through the DTI Consumer Protection Group, is chairing, as we speak, the 26th ASEAN Committee on Consumer Protection meeting that is done virtually. So we begin with our message. My researcher has actually mastered the way I think, so she has prepared around 700 pages of her thesis as my keynote message today. So we begin. We all understand that there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals set by the United Nations for its 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Among this is Sustainable Development Goal number 12 on responsible consumption and production, which the DTI Consumer Protection Group very actively promotes. Of course, one would ask, about the connection between the Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 12, on consumer protection. Just to give you a brief background, on September 25, 2015, the United Nations General Assembly has adopted its resolution in transforming our world. This culminated in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and further advances the 17 SDGs as the plan of action to end poverty, protect the planet's biosphere, and ensure prosperity for all. 3 months later, on December 22 of the same year, the General Assembly also adopted its resolution on consumer protection, revising the United Nations Guidelines for Consumer Protection, or often abbreviated as UNGCP. This is what we have here, to include. Now, it includes promotion of sustainable consumption among its objectives. So, the goal of creating awareness on the Sustainable Development Goals requires adequate levels of cooperation among government, businesses, and the civil society. Consumer protection is at the heart of UNCTAD's contribution to sustainable and inclusive development rights for all by ensuring a high level of consumer protection as well as fostering good business practices. We can unleash the transformative power of consumers in domestic and international trade. We'd like to just explain to everyone that we are all consumers. We have now, I understand, 113.9 million consumers in the country. Our population has grown and will continue to grow. And this is what we do in consumer protection to promote all of you, to promote a healthy living, a healthy life through sustainable consumption and production. In March of this year, 2023, a progress report on sustainable development goals in Asia and the Pacific was released by the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. This is called the ESCAP. The report highlighted countries that are considered as PACE leaders that have demonstrated commitment and progress towards the 17 development goals. Based on the list, the Philippines is the only identified PACE leader in the region that has made better progress than the regional average since 2015. SDG 12 is responsible consumption and production, and this is what the DTI Consumer Protection Group actively and seriously advocates. As we build on the country's humble success, being the only one country that has gone farther in promoting all the 17 development goals, based on the ESCAP report, the DTI continues to support and develop and implement initiatives that are aimed at raising consumer awareness on sustainable development. We want to raise awareness on all 17 development goals, but of course, our resources in the DTI allow us only at least one development goal, and that is sustainable consumption and production. And you would note that if you think about it, if you study all the 17 development goals, every activity, all the 16 development goals will benefit or will come from the practice of sustainable development, sustainable consumption and production on SDG 12. Sustainable consumption and production is otherwise known as SCP, is a highfalutin phrase that you can come up with. Not many people, especially in the Philippines, understand what it is. But the DTI, through the Consumer Protection Group, tries as much as possible to bring the concept down so that everyone in the country will understand. Sustainable consumption and production is doing more and better with less. It is about decoupling economic growth from environmental degradation. It is also about increasing resource efficiency as well as promoting sustainable lives. So simply put, sustainable consumption and production is just lessening the impact on the environment of every consumer behavior that we do. The planet's health and that of the future generations will be adversely affected if we do not act now. Crucially, sustainable consumption and production can contribute substantially to the transition towards low carbon and green economies. To do this, SCP, or Sustainable Consumption and Production, would require building cooperation among many different stakeholders across many different sectors in the country. The DTI formally started our advocacy on sustainable consumption and production in 2018. That was the time that we assumed leadership of consumer protection in the DTI, and we saw it fit to include the objective of the United Nations Guidelines on Consumer Protection to be an organic part of what DTI CPG does. And then we, at the regional level, of course, the Philippines, also through the DTI, has served as the lead project proponent for the development of the ASEAN Sustainable Toolkit project. This project was funded by the Japan-ASEAN Integration Fund in cooperation, of course, with the ASEAN Committee on Consumer Protection, which, wherein the Philippines is a very active participant. So the toolkit will address, it begins from concepts and principles of sustainable consumption up to challenges faced by all the member states. And of course, these challenges would include plastic solid waste disposal, reduction, and best practices in the industries among the ASEAN member states. The toolkit will aid or aims to aid policymakers and businesses and even the academe and even individual consumers to become more sustainable as we bounce back to economic recovery. In the toolkit, you would note that Indonesia, the Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand, and Malaysia are mentioned as the top most plastic polluting countries within the ASEAN as a whole. The ASEAN as a whole contributes a third to the global mismanaged plastic waste. And for most of the ASEAN member states, the development of waste management facilities and policy implementation have not kept up with the economic development. Sustainable consumption is more than just the consumption of green products, and it is more than just availing of green services. It is about meeting the basic needs of current and future generations by changing our consumption patterns. Ultimately, it refers to responsible consumption, consuming differently and efficiently. A circular economy is at the heart of all this that we do in promoting SCP. Circular economy, or at least extending products life cycle, should be second nature to all of us as consumers. Responsible consumption takes into account the foundations of sustainable development because this is a way of consuming that considers three different cornerstones. Let me just brief you, or let me just mention briefly the three cornerstones that we mentioned. The first is responsible consumption benefits to the economy, especially to the local economy, as it does not prevent trading of goods and services. As a matter of fact, this activity benefits the players involved in this process. Secondly, responsible consumption creates a positive impact on society as the trade of goods and services is linked to fair wages and healthy working conditions for all our workers in the country. A responsible consumer also acknowledges the impacts associated with the products in different stages, from production, transportation, and disposal, and tries to patronize products with a lower negative impact on the environment. It should be understood that regardless of consumption driver or influence, we remain responsible for our own choices. It is not just for ourselves, but for our community as well, the environment, and the future of future generations. You can imagine your children and your great-grandchildren and your great-great-grandchildren to enjoy a country, to enjoy a Philippines that is preserved as it is now. Well, we do our best through advocacy to preserve our planet, particularly the Philippines as part of the big planet, to be able to transmit to future generations the mindsets as well on how to protect the planet. It should be understood that regardless of consumption driver or influence, we remain responsible for our own choices. And that is what the DTI pounds on all consumers. The end goal of consumption and production is sustainable development. However, there is a sad reality that in the cycle is the fact that resources and raw materials, when consumed for products, are already thinned out. This is the very nature of production, and we aim to ensure sustainability in the cycle through cleaner production, recycling, and sustainable consumption and production should be introduced. The shift in our mindset is likewise important to reach our goal of sustainable development. In using natural resources, of course, supply will dwindle eventually. Supply will be dried out eventually. We must realize that this is not an investment, but it is more of an expense that can later on, when it is gone, be detrimental to our economy, society, and health. Improving efficiency in the production of goods is one way of ensuring that the manufacturing process is cleaner and more responsible, more sustainable as well. Recycling must also be included to minimize waste. We all strive to ensure that we meet our needs with the least possible environmental impact. Yes, it is a good paradigm shift to achieve sustainable consumption. Altogether, these contribute to our global goal of sustainable development. We also have cleaner production that is defined as the continuous application of an integrated environmental strategy to processes, products, and services to increase overall efficiency and reduce risks to humans and the environment. This can be applied to the processes used in any industry so that they can protect themselves and to various services provided that they can make better. Cleaner production is an ongoing process that can be applied to production processes or products themselves or services themselves. It can be extended to cover the entire life cycle of a product or service. Some cleaner production techniques include changes in technology, input materials, operating practices, product design, waste use, maintenance and management, and packaging. This concept is a preventive company-specific environmental protection initiative, and this is where the expanded producer's responsibility comes in. It is intended to minimize waste and emissions and maximize product input. By analyzing the flow of materials and energy in a company, one tries to identify options to minimize waste and emissions out of industrial processes through source reduction strategies. Our ultimate goal here is, of course, cleaner production so that we can reduce the environmental impact in our production caused by our production to the industry. Of course, we cannot do away with circular economy. In a linear economy, the process is to take, make, and dispose. In a circular economy, the process is that manufacturers design products to be reusable. For example, an electrical device designed in such a way that they are easier to repair. We also have initiatives in the DTI Consumer Protection Group that replacement products or other parts that may be needed later on in certain products be made to stay in the market for at least a period of 10 years so that any product, any electrical device, any electronic device that would need to be repaired and whose parts would need to be replaced will still be available. Otherwise, we all understand that if the spare parts of these products are no longer available, the product that we have in our hand will have to be thrown away because it is useless and it is inutile and does not work anymore. Products and raw materials are also reused as much as possible, or by recycling plastic into pellets for making new plastic products like monoblocks or construction materials. Unfortunately, there is a study recently that came out that a certain percentage of microplastic is found in our waters. And we'd like to quote Helen Jordan, the senior recycling issue executive of the British Plastics Federation, when she says, "Society needs to stop thinking of plastic as waste, but as a renewable source that needs to be disposed of correctly." A circular economy is restorative and regenerative by design. This means that materials that constantly flow around a closed loop system should stay rather than being used once and then discarded. In the case of plastic, this means simultaneously keeping the value of plastics in the economy without leakage into the natural environment, especially to our oceans. But this is, of course, easier said than done. We understand that we talk of theories and we want to convert these theories into practice. And of course, we cannot practice what we do not know. And that is the reason that the DTI Consumer Protection Group does not stop in advocating for this. To move society away from the take, make, and dispose mindset that has long been promoting in the usual business model, a fundamental rethink is required. This will involve improving, recycling, promoting, reusing, creating a market for recycled materials, and redesigning products with the end of life in mind. The circular economy is a model of production and consumption, which includes sharing, leasing, reusing, repairing, refurbishing, and recycling existing materials and products for as long as possible. In this way, the life cycle of products is extended, and it necessarily implies reducing weight to a minimum. We are also mindful of the 7 R's of sustainability. This was provided by the Consumers International, an international consumers organization that has all consumer protection authorities or agencies and consumer organizations around the world as members. We want the 7 R's also to be adopted here in the Philippines as one of the ways forward. Consumers must take action on every one of the 7 R's and demand that government and business extend support for the 7 R's. Consumers can reevaluate their consumption habits to minimize plastic waste, refuse unnecessary plastic where possible, and demand more sustainable alternatives from businesses and government. We can reduce the amount of plastic we purchase and dispose of, or we can extend the lifetime of plastic products by reusing them, such as appliances, electrical appliances, or other products as well that we can extend the life cycle of. These 7 concepts are focused on minimizing waste and taking steps towards sustainability. We can work our way through all of them, and we will be well on our way to saving the environment and living a zero waste life. Zero waste life, I would understand, is the number 1 sustainable development goal. Why should we be concerned about sustainable consumption? We say, sustainable consumption shares a number of common features and is closely linked to sustainable production and development. It is a prerequisite in the worldwide struggle against sustainability challenges such as climate change, famine, poverty, and environmental pollution, among others. of course, there is a long list of the devastations that happened to the planet Earth at this time. And therefore, as these are interlinked, there is no sustainable consumption without sustainable production. There is also no sustainable production if there is no sustainable consumption. The most dangerous of all is without these two, we will never be able to achieve sustainable development. As consumers, how do we contribute to a more circular economy? We can minimize waste and pollution. We can keep materials that are in use. We can support and promote buying green products. But of course, we will have to verify the products should be labeled as such. And before they are sold into the market, somebody or some entity would need to verify that these products are actually green before they are bought by consumers. We also need to regenerate natural systems. We need to plant, and we need to all be plantitas if we want to regenerate natural systems. The DTI has been pushing for sustainable consumption and production for several years already. And we want to turn challenges on plastic waste disposal into opportunities for our businesses. As I have mentioned earlier, all sectors need to work hand in hand to address the issues and concerns on sustainable consumption and production. We need to make these an opportunity to provide sustainable products and services. And the commitment of businesses to produce more sustainable products requires additional expenses and investments, we understand. There need to be changes as well in corporate practices and in different relationships with their suppliers. New and more sustainable products can struggle to get a scale and compete with established offerings. The need to engage suppliers also poses a new challenge as supply chains can be opaque and highly complex, making it difficult to assess and manage the impacts of a specific product. For instance, what can an online platform or an online business do with the number of plastics they use in the delivery and packaging of their parcels? I understand that we are all consumers, and most of us are already online consumers. We buy our goods from the internet. Our cell phone comes in handy every time when we're bored or when we're in traffic or when we are waiting for somebody to come to a meeting. We Google. I'm sure that we all go through these platforms and be able to purchase at least 3 products even before your colleague comes to start the meeting. We are all familiar with this. And as a matter of fact, we have already written the largest platforms in the country to reduce the plastic that they use in packaging and delivering materials. We have also sent reminders, memorandums also to retailers on food, fast food chains, or even restaurants to always ask the consumer if they would want plastic spoons and forks. Otherwise, please don't put them in the basket. Let the consumer ask for it when you are in the process of packaging the goods that they purchased. Of course, many Filipinos have yet to fully understand the concept of sustainable consumption. And this is, I think I mentioned this earlier, that we want to bring it down. We want the concept of sustainable consumption understood by everyone in the country, by all members of our social spectrum, not just us in the air-conditioned rooms listening or understanding or attending forums like this, but we want sustainable consumption and production to be understood by those who, I would say, consume the most products that end up in our waters, in our forests and wetlands and whatever nature that we have. We want them to become aware, and that is why the Philippines, through the Consumer Protection Group, really advocates on this so that they can at least change their behavior, instead of considering the affordability of a product, would probably shift its mindset to the quality of the product regardless of the price, if they can. Online businesses must also promote more eco-friendly production and consumption by explicitly putting in their websites or social media accounts or press releases that they use alternative products and that they at least attempt to reduce products that are not sustainable. Packaging materials, all these boxes, and now they have turned into paper. They're starting to use paper, but we do not know also what to use with the paper when it's there. So more consumer education will definitely be needed. In the CPG, or the consumer protection of the DTI, we strive to create and broaden consumer awareness of their rights and responsibilities. Well, not only their rights and responsibilities, but also sustainable consumption and production. We have consumer welfare, consumer webinars that is done twice a week online. The invitations will be found in our social media pages. Please go to Consumer Care in Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and now we have TikTok. We also have Dear Consumer Care, so you can ask questions and we will respond immediately. If you want it done on air, we can read also or you can guest in our TV show, radio TV show that's called The Consumer at Iba Pa on GNTV every Saturday morning at 9 o'clock to 10:30. We have launched also the DTI 1384. This is a messaging system that is supported by Smart Communications. Although it's a one-way thing, the DTI will be the only one to send you messages, but please rest assured that if the message is from the DTI-1384, that should be a legitimate message or probably a reminder to consumers on their behavior. We have all other programs that we have, and if you would bother to take a look at our website, you will see there the various programs that we have, and you can maybe join us in our advocacies. We also have some partnerships that have already been forged with the Plastic Credit Exchange, for example, and the Philippine Center for Environmental Protection and Sustainable Development, and our other consumer care advocacies that involve other agencies in a smaller scale. Who knows? We would also be partnering with PASCN and AIM perhaps in the future in our advocacy for sustainable consumption. Our initiatives are envisioned to increase the level of consumer awareness of their rights and responsibilities. A lot of consumers forget that we only have rights. That is not correct, because as consumers, we also have responsibilities. We also educate consumers on the affordability, the quality, and the safety of the products that they buy, and as well as services, and on environmental protection and preservation through sustainable consumption and production. Progressing towards sustainable consumption is not the sole responsibility of government alone. We need private organizations, we need businesses, we need our stakeholders, and we need our individual consumers to assist us so that we can easily achieve this. The vision and direction emanates from us, yes, but the journey to realizing the goal is done through multi-sectoral collaboration. And this is where the importance of partnerships with key holders come in, such as industry associations and consumer organizations. We also had an agreement with Manuel L. Quezon University Law School that is already helping us in our advocacy. We want sustainable consumption and production to be included in the grade school curriculum. Our objective is to change mindsets of the young while they are young, so that they can continue with this mindset until they become adults and become a lifestyle for them. So that if it becomes a lifestyle for them, it will definitely be a lifestyle for all their children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and all that. And then in a few generations, we will already be able to change the mindset of everyone and achieve our objective of preserving planet Earth. For ourselves, we can also do this individually. We can focus on minimizing the impact of our consumption behavior in the entire system. We can include interventions that influence our consumption patterns, such as maybe reading and studying information and design of the products before we buy them. And then we can, of course, involve a whole range of stakeholders. We have mentioned before that we need government, we need the private sector, we need the academia, we need individual consumers to be able to achieve our goal. We can do this with policy and techno-managerial aspects and the whole of government promotion of sustainable consumption. The Consumer Protection Group always emphasizes that sustainable production and consumption should start with us. The initiative should start within. And if we want to continue enjoying the best of our environment, we should always think about this. Highfalutin or not, simply put, consumer behavior, consumer patterns affect the environment. Even as we sleep, even as we wake up in the morning, all the activities that we do when we start walking towards our car, that is consumer behavior. That is a consumption behavior and a consumption pattern that we would want people to be more aware of. We had a workshop in Japan in 2018, and we learned three things from the Japanese. They are staunch advocates of sustainable consumption and production, and this has redounded to their schools already. Schools such as grade 2, grade 3, grade 4 are already being taught on sustainable consumption and production. We learned three things from them, the concepts that they live by. It is thankfulness, thoughtfulness, and conscientiousness. But in the Philippines, we want to summarize it in just one word. We just want everybody to be mindful. We want mindfulness to be also a second nature in us, in consuming and in purchasing products, and even in producers, if they can be mindful of how they produce the products that they sell. This is our call for change because we only have one planet, and that planet is our home. We depend on the earth for our means to live, for life. So I hope that everyone here who has listened or who has heard us would maybe join our advocacy or be with us, learn from us if you need be, and then we will be most willing to collaborate with you. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po at pasensya na sa haba ng sinabi ko. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Usec Castello, for that very comprehensive keynote speech that will truly frame the discussions for this symposium. We would be honored to work with the CPG regarding the promotion of SPC. So now that we have heard the addresses of Dr. Ballesteros, Dr. Antero, and the keynote speech of Usec Castello, we will now move to the first panel session entitled Extended Producer Responsibility, a Major Step Towards Circular Economy in the Philippines. This session will be moderated by Dr. Jamil Paolo Francisco, the Executive Director of the AIM Rizalino S. Navarro Policy Center for Competitiveness. He will introduce the panelists and facilitate the open discussion. So, Dr. Francisco, the floor is yours.
All right. We have an esteemed set of panelists for the next session, and allow me to introduce them one by one. First, we have Attorney Ivy Joyce de Pedro, Legal Officer of the Pollution Adjudication Board Secretariat from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Attorney de Pedro also heads the EMB BAC Secretariat and is a member of the interim support personnel of the DNR EMB National Ecology Center. She's also a part-time faculty member of the New Era University College of Criminology and was a former associate lawyer of the legal departments of Pure Gold Price Club, Inc. Attorney Ivy passed the bar exams in 2017. She holds a postgraduate Bachelor of Laws degree and a bachelor's degree in legal management, both from New Era University. And she's a member of the DNR Lawyers Guild and the Integrated Bar of the Philippines Quezon City chapter. Our next panel, so I'll introduce all three first, is Mr. Michael Anthony Santos, who is project manager at the WWF Philippines. He is also the extended producer responsibility team manager of the Worldwide Fund for Nature. And finally, our discussant is Attorney Gregorio Bueta, adjunct faculty at Ateneo Law, Ateneo de Manila University. GRIP, or GRIP, is an environmental climate and GRIP is an environmental, climate, and sustainability lawyer who has worked with governments, private sector, and international organizations, including the ADB, the World Bank, UNDP, UNEP, WWF, and Greenpeace. He is a member of the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law, and he lectures in natural resources law and international environment and climate law at the Ateneo Law School. He is an off-counsel of the Magtibay, Angeles, and Alfelor Law Office, a fellow of Para Bukas Inc., and the legal consultant of the Eco Waste Coalition. So without further ado, may I call in Attorney Pedro for her presentation from the DNR.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Usec, Jonas Leones and Usec Gilbert Gonzalez who is the concurrent director of the Environmental Management Bureau. I'm Attorney Ivy Joyce de Pedro, as introduced po, to speak on the Extended Producer Responsibility Act of 2022 salient features. And I entitled it as the EPR Act as Government's Initiative Against Plastic Waste. So I assume that most of us, if not all, have already read about this EPR Act of 2022. It lapsed into a law last July 23, 2022 and became effective last August 12, 2022. Next slide, please. So of course, borrowing the words of Usec Castello a while ago, this circular economy is at the heart of this EPR Act of 2022. Of course, our advocacy is for us to transition, to transform, to shift from our habitual linear economy to circular economy. As we know, the complex waste challenge that we are experiencing is a result of linear economy model, which follows the take, make, and dispose process. This linearity is also contributing to marine litter and significant GHG emissions across the chain. Increasingly, there has been a shift from waste management to circular economy, acknowledging the need for a more transformative approach and recognizing the multiple benefits transitioning to circularity can offer, including the economic growth, more equally shared benefits, and more sustainable relationship with nature. Pursuing a circular economy offers a strategy and a pathway that could potentially first reduce GHG emissions across the economic sectors and value chain by transforming the way products are designed and used. Of course, for it to become more recyclable and reusable, producers would have to look into their production. Next is to derive more value from products through better product design, increased value retention of materials, and diversion of waste from landfills. It also creates new investment and job opportunities, enhances local and global competitiveness, and improve resilience and vulnerability to economic shocks. In this way, the life cycle of products is extended and waste is significantly reduced. When a product reaches the end of its life, its materials are kept within the economy wherever possible. This can be productively used again and again, thereby creating further value. The newly enacted Extended Producer Responsibility Act, while not the only solution, is an important enabler to accelerate our transition to a circular economy. Next slide, please. So also, I want to focus on the National Plan of Action for the Prevention, Reduction, and Management of Marine Litter, which is of course, one of the government's initiative in the prevention of marine litter, one of which is for the mainstreaming circular economy and sustainable consumption and production initiative. So, strategy 2 po ang EPR Act in this National Plan of Action for the Prevention of Marine Litter. Of course, there are other initiatives from the government for the prevention of marine litter, such as the participation of the government or the Philippine government in the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee to develop an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution. We also have assistance to different local government units in the management of plastic wastes. And also, the National Solid Waste Management Commission is in action whenever they pass a resolution, of course, declaring some things such as plastic straws and stirrers in the list of non-environmentally acceptable products and packaging. Next slide, please. So this Extended Producers Responsibility Act is the initial answer to the long-running question from the environment and local government sector. What is the accountability and responsibility of product manufacturers, producers, and importers for the generated post-consumers waste? Of course, adopting and institutionalizing in this EPR Act is plastic packaging waste from post-consumer waste as mechanism and as an environmental policy and practical approach, first to efficient waste management, focusing on reduce, reuse, and recycle for the development of environmental friendly product that advocate the internationally accepted principles on, well, of course, the sustainable consumption and production, circular economy, and primarily producers' full responsibility throughout the life cycle of their product, especially its post-consumer or end-of-life stage. Because as we know, plastics actually outlive us. It will remain in the environment, say for example, 400 years, that will reach our daughters, granddaughters, and grand-granddaughters, and who will be responsible throughout the life cycle of those plastic packaging that will become marine litter. So that will be answered by this enactment of the EPR Act of 2022. Next slide, please. So the EPR Act of 2022 mandated the obliged enterprises to phase in or establish EPR programs for plastic packaging wastes to achieve efficient management of plastic packaging waste, reduce production, importation, supply, or use of plastic packaging deemed low in reusability, recyclability, or retrievability, and plastic neutrality through efficient recovery and diversion schemes that is mandated for the obliged enterprises to register their EPR program within 6 months following the effectivity of the law. And that is what the law itself said, no? That within 6 months from the effectivity of the law. So the law became effective last August 12, 2022. The implementing rules and regulations, of course, we were able to come up with that IRR with the help of our development partner, UNDP. And that was signed last January 24, 2023, and it became effective last February 17, 2023. So next slide, please. So who are responsible for this, for the implementation of the EPR program? Of course, product producers who are obliged to implement EPR programs are those large enterprises. Well, of course, our legal basis here is the Magna Carta for MSMEs, RA 9501, which stated that large enterprises are those enterprises that have an aggregate more than 100 million assets, excluding the land wherein the from which the particular business entity's office, plant, and equipment are situated. So whenever the company has assets of more than 100 million, then they are considered as product producers, which are obliged enterprises to implement EPR program as long as they are generating plastic packaging waste. So who are these product producers? They may be brand owners, so whoever enterprises that attach brand to their commodities are considered product producers who sells or supplies and commodity under a brand label or identity using a product it produced or a material supplied to it by another manufacturer. Say, for example, they are importers and they repack the goods to which they will be selling to the market, then they will be considered as brand owners. Product manufacturer, whenever directly or indirectly, such as contract manufacturing, producing their products under their brand, or importers of consumer goods. Because, of course, going back to our NPOA ML, that we have to actually prevent marine litter in our environment, the importers should be the ones responsible that that post-consumer waste or plastic packaging waste will eventually become marine litter in the Philippines. That is why importers of consumer goods are also considered as product producers here in the Philippines. MSMEs, as a general rule, next slide please, are not covered under the EPR Act of 2022, but they are highly encouraged to practice EPR voluntarily. Say, for example, we are very optimistic that our MSMEs could transition to become a large enterprise in the future. So as early as now, even if they are considered as MSMEs, they are already knowledgeable on how to implement EPR program. Because later on, I will tell you that if that MSME would become large enterprise, say for example, 2026, and the plastic neutrality target is already 60%, it will not go back to the original 20% when they register in 2026, but they already have to comply with the 60%. But of course, exemption po dito ang ating franchises when the total value of assets of all enterprises carrying the same brand, label, or trademark exceeds that of a medium enterprise. Or for example, a certain franchise or a food stall has many food stalls all around the country. So we will have to consider the aggregate value of the assets of that franchise. And for purposes of this law, while an individual food stall may be considered as an MSME, but it is carrying the brand, the company or the head office of that company would have to implement the EPR program for its brand. Next slide, please. So what are the plastic packaging covered by the EPR Act? We have four classifications. First are the flexible, such as the sachets, labels, laminates, and other flexible plastic packaging products, whether single layer or multi-layered with plastics or other materials. Second are rigid plastic packaging products, whether layered with any other materials, which include containers for beverages, food, home, personal care, and cosmetic products, including coverings, caps, or lids, and other promotional items such as cutlery, plates, drinking straws, sticks, tarpaulins, signages, or labels. So those are the products which fall under our rigid plastic packaging. Next classification are plastic bags, and the fourth are polystyrene. So for purposes of implementing the EPR program, the IRR provided that for this phase-in period, year 2023, the plastic footprint of our obliged enterprises would be self-determined. So it's up to the obliged enterprise to come up with how much plastic footprint they will declare to us in the National Ecology Center for purposes of the computation of the plastic neutrality target. Next slide, please. So a lot of, of course, we have to take into consideration as well the WACS, the Waste Analysis and Characterization Study, which falls for those products falling under the plastic category. Next slide, please. So who are responsible to implement EPR? As I said a while ago, those obliged enterprises whose assets are more than 100 million pesos as an obliged enterprise or individual, a voluntary MSME may also implement its own EPR program. So as the second mode, for those companies under the same umbrella, for example, a group of companies may form a collective to implement their common EPR program. Or those companies or obliged enterprises, 2 or more obliged enterprises plus maybe a voluntary MSME may form their own PRO, Producer Responsibility Organization, as a viable platform in the implementation of their EPR program, or they may authorize a PRO for the implementation of their EPR program. So we have existing PROs already, which have already registered with the National Ecology Center. Next slide, please. So as time goes on, we discovered that there are other possible iterations on the modes of compliance of the EPR law, and not just with the strict wordings of the law, that obliged enterprise may implement its own EPR program for some part and may authorize another obliged enterprise, another collective, or another PRO for the implementation of its EPR program. So obliged enterprises, collectives, and PROs can do that. They may partner up with other obliged enterprises, with other collectives, or with other PRO for the implementation of their EPR program. 2 or more? Yes. Next slide, please. So it is a sample illustration of the EPR program flow. As you can see, those in green would have to represent the recovery schemes. Now, from the obliged enterprise, on the left side are the mechanisms of the obliged enterprise on the upstream measures such as redesign or reuse or recycle in their production. And the red line represents that it already transmitted to the market its product for consumption of the consumers. Then after consumption of the consumers, it will be collected primarily by the local government unit, which is the primary implementer of RA 9003, or other waste collectors or aggregators and diverters. So the green lines represents the recovery schemes, which may also be considered for other reusers, recyclers, or for other technologies of waste to energy, waste to fuel, waste to concrete, and other treaters. And lastly, for safe disposal to the SLFs. Of course, the blue line represents the diversion. We actually have 2 phases in the implementation of EPR program, that is recovery and diversion. So it doesn't end with recovery, but of course, we need to see your diversion methods, your diversion techniques, who are your partners, and of course, all of those programs should be subject to independent third-party audit. As you can see, it is circular. Next slide, please. So we were also mandated from the DNR to come up with a national framework for all types of product wastes. And that will be issued in another department policy in the future. But for purposes of the IRR, we integrated the national framework on plastic packaging wastes, which are consisting of 6 strategies for the upstream measures and 6 strategies for the downstream measures. For the upstream measures, these are the strategies by the obliged enterprises whenever their products their production pa lang po ito. It's the products are not yet transmitted to the market. So what could the obliged enterprises do as part of the upstream strategies for the reduction of non-environment friendly products? So first, adoption of reusable products or redesign of the products to improve its reusability, recyclability, or retrievability. Second, inclusion of recycled content or recycled materials in a product. Third, adoption of appropriate product refilling systems for retailers. Fourth, viable reduction rates plan. 5, information and education campaign schemes, and appropriate labeling of products, including the information thereon for the proper disposal of waste products. Next slide, please. So this, next, yes. The downstream measures, as you can see, those are product waste recovery programs aimed at effectively preventing waste from leaking to the environment. At any rate, all these strategies are in the IRR. The technicalities of each of these strategies are found in the IRR. Take note that these strategies may be integrated by the obliged enterprises, and it is not mandatory on their part. For example, number 6, partnership with LGUs, communities, and informal waste sectors, because LGUs may be partners of the obliged enterprises, for example, in collection, waste collection, or in diversion if the LGUs have MRFs, for example. But these are strategies that the obliged enterprises may mix and match in the implementation of their EPR program. Next slide, please. So these are our plastic neutrality targets, which are already in the law. So 20% for the year ender 2023. And as I've said earlier, for this phase-in period, it is self-determination by the obliged enterprise. And every year thereafter, and don't be mistaken, because other obliged enterprise are telling me that they are just mandated to implement EPR program until 2028. No, forever po ito. Next slide, please. I just want to emphasize the components of the EPR program, because that is what we are actually looking for in the EPR registrations, the 7 components of the EPR program. And a lot of obliged enterprises are asking for the format. While this is not the official format, but of course, you can have this as for your reference, no? Because first, component is the specific type of plastic packaging material and product brands that the obliged enterprises would need to enumerate the plastic packaging materials used in their brands. So yeah, for example, enumerating their brands and what the we have a subcategory under flexible and rigid that they have to categorize kung ano po yung mga ginamit nila doon. For example, in shampoo industry, they used sachets which fall under the flexible plastic packaging. And for rigid, bottles, cups, dispensers, so yan po yung ilalagay natin dyan. Take note that we also included a portion or a column for the other packaging materials used for the products such as paper, cartons, aluminum cans, because these are considered voluntary disclosures. Later on, I will tell you. Next slide, please. Sorry. So take note of this, the 7 components of the EPR program. Next slide, please. Yan, that is why I'm telling you this is a voluntary disclosure. We do not require the obliged enterprises to disclose the other types of product wastes, but that will be very helpful in the National Ecology Center because we are mandated by RA 11898 to come up with an assessment within 1 year from the effectivity of the EPR Act on what products should, be next in line. First lang po ito, si plastic packaging waste. So other types of product that will be very, very helpful to us, the implementers, no? For us to know what other product wastes would, become eventually marine litter. That is why we will put that in our priority list for inclusion in the EPR for the years to come. Next slide, please. Perhaps this is the last, yes. Some important things to note. Number 1, non-registration is one of the offenses. So please help us in reaching out to the obliged enterprises for them to comply with the registration. Actually, real talk, theoretically, the registration should have already ended last February 12, 2023. But we are still catering the applications for registration of obliged enterprises dahil as much as possible, we don't want to penalize, but of course, we need to implement the law. Next, follow the brand for purposes of determination of plastic footprint. However, offsetting is not brand specific, but class specific because the law termed it respectively. So if you are generating flexible plastic packaging, you have to recover and divert flexible plastic packaging as well. Next, it covers plastic packaging waste regardless of content because a lot of people from the industry are asking what if their product is covered under RA 6969. So that is our answer. Regardless of content, well, if you want to recover your products which are under RA 6969, your recovery should also be governed by RA 6969. Take note of the components of the EPR Act under the IRR, and also we introduced this geographic implementation and rollout plan because we need to see that you are branching out up to the farthest LGUs for recovery because a lot of stakeholders were asking us in our public consultations, mostly in the coastal areas, like paano naman kami if the obliged enterprises would focus on the urban areas. That is why there is this geographic implementation and rollout plan that we need to see who your partners are in collection. Perhaps you could attach in your EPR registration, your MOA, your contract, or any agreement with waste collectors from the farthest barangays. And plastic neutrality does not end with recovery. Waste diversion methods and the products should be indicated as a required disclosure. So we need to see your mechanism and your technology in waste diversion. Next slide, please. So thank you for listening. If you have further questions, just email us at epr@emb.gov.ph. Thank you.
Stay in front of the... All right. Can I call now for our next speaker, Mr. Michael Anthony Santos from the Worldwide Fund for Nature. Thank you.
Good morning. I lost my hair and facial hair for the preparation for the symposium. So the picture and the actual person's different. Okay, so we'll start with the first slide. So I will just share with you the present No Plastic in Nature by 2030 program of WWF. So the whole program is not just locally based, but it's shared through the different agencies of WWF. So it starts from the global, and then the regional, and then the local. So we are just embracing one approach and one strategy and applying them to the different countries and local contexts, but we adjust to the local context. So that's a very important aspect. We're very context specific, dependent on the political nature, culture, especially when you talk about the consumer behavior. So there are 3 programs that are running right now. The first one will be on business model innovation. So the context here is, as mentioned by Usec earlier, this approach, the EPR, will not happen if the government will solely run the program. So we are really dependent on stakeholder handholding. And at the same time, we have to really adjust. Everyone has to adjust. Businesses, they have to adjust their business models and decrease their profit greed, okay, and move some into the EPR responsibilities. Consumers will really have to adjust because we are the ones disposing of the items. The government has to adjust because of the policy frameworks. that will start from later on. I'll talk about the global plastics policy. It will start with the UN because national and regional frameworks for plastics will not work, as we already see with the climate action right now. So I'm hoping that our move towards our cleaning of our behavior towards plastic will be entirely different from how governments adjust to our climate problem. Okay. One example of number one will be, second slide, our local program here that's sponsored by USAID and a big corporation. It's the Women Waste Economic Empowerment. So we really have to go down, as you saw earlier from the DTI presentation and DNR, they never mentioned the informal waste sector. So us coming from the development sector, NGO realm, we're going down to the grassroots. The biggest example here why we really need to go down is, for example, in India, 90% of the collected waste is collected by the informal sector, not by commercial collectors. So if you transfer the percentage here in the Philippines, maybe it's 50 to 70% of collected waste is done by the informal sector. Those who will just rummage through our garbages. So the point here is to go down to them and realize that we are really dependent on them when it comes to collection. It's very hard to talk about segregation from source, segregation from household. Question is, who will collect? Okay, so from those countries who have already run their EPR program, for example, in Chile, they found out that a drop-off system doesn't work. Maybe because it's time-consuming. You have to bring all your kilos of plastic to a drop-off point and then go back. So what works is a combination of systems. You work with the informal sector and make it door-to-door with incentives, maybe for the first few years. Okay? And what we do right now is to extend the informal sector. We train them through the partnership with EcoWaste Foundation. We train them with basic skills training in business. And then they pitch to our corporate partners. And then the corporate partners will fund their ventures. So it's either they become a waste collector in their local community, or they form a group or a single venture to form a junk shop. So we're really starting below. And next slide, please. So our global plastics policy is really stating that without an international agreement on plastics, nothing will happen. Okay? We really have to face our reality and see through our own national shadows, our subconscious, that the capitalistic framework might not be working anymore. Okay, so we must include some deference to a real context of responsibility, because CSR programs will not work for EPR. So, and at the same time, for example, Ms. Ivy mentioned that the baseline declaration for plastic footprint is voluntary. It might not work because of the corporations will defend themselves. They will protect themselves and veer away from possible fines. This might be true, but some corporations, those who are really active in helping out the government and maybe concerned with nature, their main purpose is to really openly declare. So my idea, this is not the perspective of WWF, my idea is to really have a pre-pandemic declaration. For example, 2019, get the baseline plastic footprint of 2019 before the pandemic and the 2022 declaration of the EPR as a law, and then get their 2022 plastic footprint. That should be placed in a common observable platform that can be prepared by EMB so that it's not hidden from the public. Everyone can view, everyone can study, everyone can share their perspective on how we can improve the EPR program. Because this is true for AIM and for all the universities here. If you're a social researcher, if your baseline is not that good, nothing will happen with your database. So all of your project implementation will be affected. So our targets for 2023, it will just trickle down because 2022 is the baseline and it's not regulated. It's voluntary. And I hope that everyone will be honest with their plastic footprint. But with the situation where everyone was surprised that these laws come into effect and there are big fines in the millions, let us pray for their honesty. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the step that is followed by our global policy team. So we are now in INC2. The Philippines is a signatory for INC1. So there were 145 countries who signed the initial agreement to proceed for INC2. So for INC2, what WWF is expecting is that at least the definition of plastics that are harmful to the environment and to our own health will be well defined. So those plastics in turn should be phased out slowly, or for those plastics that are really detrimental to the environment, they should be banned outright. So this is what I was talking about, referring to. If the UN, if we will not have a global treaty on plastic, the national governments will not follow. A voluntary system will not work because there are no control measures. We're happy if everyone is honest, if everyone is involved. But if we are to talk about it, this is a core behavioral change, not just from the personal consumer perspective, but it dominoes up to the framework of governments and companies. Everything has to change for us to do this. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so now I'm going to our plastic smart cities. So why are we focused on Southeast Asia? This is the reason. 60%, this is already mentioned by Usec, 60% of all mismanaged waste occurs in the Asia-Pacific region alone. So if we control this, we control the global effect of plastic, especially in our oceans. Okay, as I mentioned earlier when we were having coffee, a WWF study found out that we might actually be consuming 1 ATM or 1 ID in terms of volume of plastic waste per week. So every time you use your ATM or your credit card, remember this, you might be consuming that amount every week. How many more ATMs or credit cards we will consume if we will go the route of business as usual? Because by 2050, the amount of plastic right now in nature will quadruple. So if we won't do anything now, then let's be prepared to make ATM cards and credit cards part of our diet. Next slide. Okay, as you saw from the heat map, the concentration of the scope of work for EPR and for plastic smart cities is really centered around Southeast Asia, especially for Indonesia, Philippines, Hong Kong, Thailand, and Vietnam. So our efforts for EPR and plastic smart cities revolve here. Okay, so that's our presentation of what a linear context of consumption looks like and our context for the circular practice. So there you will see the upstream from the consumer side and then the downstream, our side as diverters, collectors. Can we go to the... Yes, I'll summarize all of the perspective with this one. Okay. So for the upstream perspective, our aim is we really have to have a framework nationally. So a collection system downstream must be established. One LGU can't have a different set of collection practice and waste management practice compared to their neighboring LGUs. That might not work. Okay, so we may adapt, as I told Attorney earlier again during our coffee time, we can adopt the perspective from India that they really just focused on plastic waste management. Because we have to remember that EPR might be an improvement of the SWM measures from the 2003 law. 2000 law. Okay, so, but we have to focus since EPR, in a sense, I'm not demonizing the corporations, in a sense, can be seen as a polluter pays principle. How do we trace? If we will not have a separate plastic waste management system, we cannot trace from source, company, to consumers and how it's disposed. So we might have to develop, the purpose here is to develop legal frameworks from the national law, which is dependent or later on, if there will be an agreement on global plastics, it has to reflect that nationally. And then LGU laws and BLGU guidance should reflect the EPR. And we have another problem from the political perspective. By October, we will have a barangay election. If we will, almost all elections, different people will change, different systems change. So if they're not aware, and if they do not care about solid waste management, what more about the EPR? So we must try to find means on having an agreed mandatory system for our laws, for our companies. And we should also penalize the consumer behavior. Okay, and at the same time, for the upstream, we must guarantee environmentally sound waste disposal where recycling is impossible. The reality is, even if we have a circular economy, there will be waste. So the question is, how do we control the waste or dispose it properly? Okay, and we should always remember, this is my interpretation, the spirit of the EPR law is to unburden the fiscal responsibility of the LGU in managing all of our waste. Because as we would know, poor LGUs will have a hard time paying for the management of all the waste. So given the IRR, I am calling on all of the obliged enterprises and the PROs to really go down to number 6 of the IRR in terms of recovery and this diversion, because number 6 might just be interpreted as a suggestion that you should work with the LGU, that you should work with the informal sector, when in fact it should be the first. Obliged enterprises and PROs should directly work and finance the plastic waste management of the LGU and the barangays. And they should start recognizing the informal waste sector and incorporate them as part of the system. Because one problem here again is that the informal waste sector might be displaced by the corporations who will handle the solid waste. They might actually be displaced by their own barangays who pay or who gets outsourcing of their solid waste. Right? We are dependent on the informal waste sector for this one. Okay, and then the IRR through the EMB, I hope that attorney will address this later with her boss. A specific percentage should be placed when a corporation is reducing this amount of volume, this amount of money should be given to them as an EPR incentive. So there should be a quantifiable incentive for the quantifiable reduction that any company will do, because it's very expensive to redesign your product packaging. Okay, and then the next one, ensure level playing field. As she said earlier, only 30% have already registered. And Usec also mentioned what we were talking about. The big e-commerce platform, we don't know if they are obliged enterprises, but I think they should be. They should be required to mandatorily collect their own plastic through their distributors. If this can be an improvement on the EPR implementation. SMEs, your small and medium scale industries, are voluntarily required. Okay, they will not be sanctioned if they do not follow. Will they follow? I don't think so. So we all know this. Maybe 40% of our household waste comes from them. One small product is packaged with a bubble wrap, in a bubble wrap that's scotch tape and then placed in a plastic. And sometimes they have their names, but most of the time, maybe after this one, they will take away their names because we will trace the label. Okay? And then the next one, our focus on ensuring social inclusivity. We really have to give importance to our informal waste sector. The simplest step that any barangay can do is to recognize. Give them their IDs. Allow them to roam the streets, collect door to door. Simple as that. Even if the barangays will not pay for them, because it's their own livelihood, they earn properly. And at the same time, we should also help them and give them capacity building, because they should be able to negotiate their own price. We don't know how the PROs and the obliged enterprises will give their rates for their take-back mechanism. But I hope that the informal waste sector will have the capacity to negotiate their own price. Maybe the going rate right now is 20 to 25 pesos per kilo of clean PETs. So that should be the rate. The market rate should be the rate. I think they're only selling it from 7 to 10 pesos. So they're losing on the other half per kilo. So we really have to help them. And that's part of our project through our incorporation of the EPR program with the Women in Waste Economic Entrepreneurship and then the Plastic Smart Cities, where we also help the direction of the LGUs up to the barangay, where we also help them develop their own MRFs. So this is a whole ecology. This is a very separate ecosystem. This might be a new ecosystem for everyone to handhold. So there shouldn't be any blame shifting because everyone is adjusting. We should be helping out each other. That's earlier I volunteered. Our organization is not yet approved, but we're applying as an NGO representative under the NSWMC for the EPR implementation. And we are volunteering to help them with their plan in spreading the word for the registration. We will use our own resources to help them. So that's part of our commitment to really help make this work. So thank you very much. And I hope that my losing the mohawk and the facial hair will do. And since I did not prepare our business cards, so you may contact us. Our program manager is Sa, and I am specifically handling our EPR program. So let's hope and share that we can have separate communities of practice with I forgot before, since you're not yet flashing the time reminder. With our EPR program, we have a present study right now for bioplastics and biodegradable plastics. We are trying to have a white paper where we can describe the situation of the Philippines right now in terms of the studies on alternative to plastic. And one of the results is really the academe needs to have a community of practice because they're doing their own separate researches right now and they're not familiar with their own researches. The second one is we also have a study on the business side, how the EPROs are implementing the EPR. And the last one, the output of our incorporation to WE and PSC is to really delve deeper on how we can help the LGUs in their capacity building and at least in the structure formation for their MRFs and the training of their incorporation of the informal waste sector. So thank you very much and good morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Santos. Now I'm going to call on Attorney Grip to respond to the 2 points of view that we've seen so far. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think kulang ang one session to discuss EPR. We saw very rich and insightful discussions from my compañera, Attorney Ivy, and from Michael or Miguel. Anong gusto mo bang tawag? Miguel na lang, Miguel. Okay, Miguel daw. Okay. And what I'll try to do in the 10 or 15 minutes that I have this morning is to see how we can extend EPR to meet environment and climate justice challenges in our circular economy world. And I think we heard from the two presentations the challenges of implementing EPR, how the government is trying to implement it, and I think we have to laud the EMB, DNR for its effort so far. For example, by issuing the IRR on time, which is quite rare for some government agencies, issuing the IRR on time and making sure that there are regular stakeholder consultations. So I think DNR can be lauded. And also for WWF, for spearheading and talking about EPR for several years now, coming up with several studies and policy papers, and now moving to help the government in implementing EPR. So next slide, please. What I'll do is I'll use 3 studies which I've worked on over the past year or so to sort of frame our discussions and my comments this afternoon. So first, I'll give a bit of a discussion on PH legal policy frameworks on circular economy. This was an ADBI paper published last year. And second is a study under GIZ on EPR options for packaging. And this study looked at what are some of the challenges, did a bit of a SWOT analysis of how EPR can be implemented in the Philippines. And lastly, this four-piece approach, and I think this touches upon one of the important comments of Miguel, when we have of including of social inclusivity, of including the informal waste sector in any circular economy model. And lastly, will EPR bring circular economy within reach in the Philippines? I'll conclude with those slides. Next slide, please. So I'll start with the policy framework. Just so first, in the paper, in the 2022 paper, I looked at for a period of July 2010 to January 2022. I looked at congressional measures, proposed bills, and what I saw was up to January 2022, at least 415 bills and resolutions have been filed relating to various aspects of circular economy. So it's in plastic waste management, general waste management, waste trade. There were 1 or 2 bills and resolutions in circular economy. And what I saw was out of these 415 bills, only one passed, and that was the EPR Act of 2022. So at least I think it would be safe to say, and as we concluded in the study, there's no integrated circular economy strategy or policy in the Philippines. But we can see that based on the general waste management legal framework in the Philippines, there are direct references or even indirect references to circular economy concepts and procedures. Like, for example, in RA 9003, 23-year-old law, if I'm not mistaken, passed in 2000, there are already references to, for example, the waste hierarchy, wherein we should focus on reusing and recycling even before we bring our waste into the landfills. Okay. Next slide, please. So what are some of the things that we saw? First, current and existing policies from our constitution to our laws provide adequate justification for circular economy in the Philippines. However, as we can see with the different policies that are being pushed, there is a piecemeal and ad hoc approach. So you will have measures calling for an SUP ban, but it wouldn't be related to, let's say, strengthening recycling or EPR. Or some of these proposals tend to be reactive, as what I call the flavor of the times. When a lot of the Canada waste, South Korea, Hong Kong, etc., waste, illegal waste shipments came into the Philippines, of course, our legislators rushed to file bills on banning waste trade, regulating further waste trade, or banning imports from certain countries because of those incidents. And it would be safe to conclude that there was a lack of follow through on these proposals. Why? Because 415 measures, only one passed. And as most of you will know, one challenge of policy making in the Philippines is you have one house, let's say one branch of Congress pushing for a measure. If it doesn't have a counterpart measure in the other branch, it has to start from square one in that branch. So the one thing that was quick, and I think many of you will agree with the EPR Act, was the mother and daughter tandem of Senator Villar and Deputy Speaker Camille Villar. The two of them simultaneously passed their measures, and it was moving at the same time. So nung napasa sa House, napasa din agad sa Senate. Hence, you have your enrolled bill and quickly became into law, or lapsed into law without any action from the President. And another conclusion is there was no real serious push for circular economy law in the country. I think the only law which I saw was a bill filed by Senator Lauren Legarda when she was one of the deputy speakers in the House during the 18th Congress, pushing for a circular economy framework law. I'm not sure if it has been refiled under the 19th Congress. Next slide. So what are some lessons from this analysis of laws? I think you need to have a plan or blueprint about circular economy in the long run. NPOA ML is one, but many of you will know we also have a PAP4 SCP, Philippine Action Plan for Sustainable Consumption and Production, being led by NEDA. I'm not sure if we have friends from NEDA here. We also have, we have someone from NEDA, hi sir. And we also have, for example, a DOST Sustainable Waste Management Technology Development Plan up to 2025. So we have all these plans that needs to be tied together in order to support the circular economy shift. One thing we also saw being emphasized this morning was that we need proper and effective waste management. Miguel emphasized the need to coordinate with LGUs, the need to support regular waste management. Later on, I'll show you a photo of, I think, which sums up the problems of waste management here in the Philippines. And we also heard that it's not just a government approach, but the whole of society approach is needed. We'll see more about this. We heard about that cultural and societal shift. And of course, other critical issues. And I think most important here is that dealing with the informal waste sector. Okay, we'll see more about that. Next slide, please. So the next study is this one by GIZ with EPR options for packaging. Next slide. Some strengths in the PH legal policy landscape, so we can connect it with the earlier study. There's already a policy institutional backbone. There's an increasing awareness of EPR among various stakeholders. And there are different solutions being offered, ranging from using new technologies to community-based or a lot of social enterprises already dealing with the plastic waste out there. When I started my legal career over a decade ago, so medyo matagal na, one of the first concepts that I heard of was EPR. And a lot of people didn't know about what EPR was. It was actually EPR for waste electrical electronic equipment. Wala pang EPR for plastics noon, hindi pa matunog. Then eventually, over, I think, 6-7 years, doon na medyo naging mainstream, quote-unquote, yung dealing with plastic waste. But we can't forget, and like what Attorney Ivy mentioned, that there are other wastes which need to be covered by EPR and that need to be recycled, reused, and brought back into the economy. Like our electronics carry a whole bunch of metals, minerals, which can be reused in the economy. Weaknesses, we saw again poor implementation, common, and lack of coherence in national policies. So medyo na-reflect yung previous findings. Next slide, please. We'll see some opportunities naman. Broad awareness and consciousness of the plastic crisis. And as Miguel was mentioning, rising private sector support, which can be harnessed towards EPR success. And as what Miguel emphasized earlier, EPR and any waste management scheme will not be successful if we do not involve the private sector in these solutions. So they are a critical player. Threats, waning political support to push for the circular economy system or EPR, and especially given that yung elections are coming up. And several gaps in the waste management system, particularly on the implementation, which may need to be addressed if EPR is to be pushed. Next slide. The study, this GIZ study recommended looking at several cross-cutting measures. I think that's to your left, on particularly informal waste sector, eco-labeling, avoiding greenwash. So all these other cross-cutting measures. But you have 3 important enabling conditions, and the EPR options, whether for specific type of plastic packaging or other types, need to consider these criteria. Say on taxes and fees, what kind of incentives, how do you push for product redesign or how do you support it, how do you collect, how do you process, and several voluntary mechanisms. I think collection and processing are important points because we heard earlier, and as emphasized by our WWF speaker, the law did not provide for specific recycling targets. We only have diversion targets. When you talk about diversion, it's only taking out the plastic or the waste from the environment, but it doesn't mean that it goes to recycling. It only means that it's out of the environment. And I think we need to emphasize more that the processes that are being supported and pushed for by EMB and by the government, by the PROs and the private sector obliged entities need to focus more on that recycling aspect because that's what builds the circular economy, not bringing it to the landfill. We're not even talking about yet the challenge of the only, tama po ba, attorney, less than 300 landfills in the Philippines, diba? With sanitary landfills lang yun. We're not even talking about the illegal dump sites in, may narinig ako na sa isang beach island, naguhukay na lang daw sila ng, hindi ko namin mention yung beach island, no? Umamin talaga yung local government, wala kaming landfill, bawal magpicture dito sa illegal dump site namin. No? So, balak na lang daw nilang itulak sa dagat yung landfill nila pagka napuno. No? So, I mean, it shows you the challenge on the ground of implementing waste management options. And we're not even talking about EPR, implementing EPR yet. Okay, next slide. Now we go to this, what I call the 4-piece approach This paper was presented in an ocean blue economy conference. But I specifically wanted to present to talk about how the marine litter, addressing marine litter, misses a critical point. And one of the approaches to solve that critical point, and we'll see it later, is that the 4Ps approach. So across Asia-Pacific countries, there's near unanimous agreement that marine pollution, particularly plastic pollution, needs to be addressed. If you, in the study that I did, I surveyed several laws in different countries. We usually see 3Ps. So you see the policy, so yung law, like our EPR Act. You see the processes, how to deal with the waste. You have your waste management systems, processes being implemented by private sector, and technology services also, and the pricing. So these are evident in the legal frameworks. You also see here that in terms of a rights-based approach, you have your duty bearers as governments and the strong emphasis of the private sector. But there's a clear lack of emphasis on the environmental justice component, on making sure that these marine pollution policies, these waste management policies, help promote or protect the rights of vulnerable and marginalized members of society. And there is a lack of targets or goals on this. Next slide. So what I recommended was a 4Ps approach, and that is adding that fourth P, which is people. This helps to achieve this synergistic intersection between marine pollution and environmental justice, and also to refocus the blue economy, not just to spur economic development through our oceans, through our natural resources, but also to ensure that your environmental justice goals, which are critical or core to your SDGs, are also achieved alongside blue economy. And the conference is about ocean equity, so I had to mention ocean equity. And you have to ensure the promotion of a right to a clean and healthy environment, especially those at the margins. Kanina we were talking about the informal waste sector and how they may benefit or not from an EPR scheme. And I think this is something, this 4Ps approach will help refocus efforts towards making sure that vulnerable groups such as the informal waste sector are considered. Next slide, please. So how should we do this? Include the concept or the specific language and terminologies in the law. We need to ensure greater representation of vulnerable and marginalized sectors. For example, I understand even some consultations in DNR, co-ops are represented, mga agrupations of junk shops are also there, no? But of course, yung mga nasa far-flung areas natin sa mga lower class municipalities, hindi nila alam kung ano ba yung EPR na yan, ano yung mangyayari sa kanila, being the last mile collectors or waste collectors or door-to-door collectors natin on the ground. And when you talk about addressing yung fourth P na to, there needs to be specific goals and targets to benefit these marginalized members of society. For example, if you, although let's use the Philippines as an example, there are estimates that there are about 400,000 informal waste sector workers, even more in the Philippines. So now, if you have that number, how many of those do you want to move into formal work or maybe support with, let's say, proper business management of their co-ops, or at the very least, and as I mentioned in this paper, give them a dignified living. One of my professors before in law schools, yung sinabi nga niya, bakit tayo magsisegregate ng waste? Isipin nyo na lang yung nagkakalkal, yung nagpipick nun, diba? You wouldn't want that person to get the PET bottle which has been wrapped in your tira o yung tinapon nyo na pagkain, diba? And then kung ikaw yun, you wouldn't want to be doing that. So sort your waste para when the waste picker gets it, mas madali for him. And you're in a way helping dignify the kind of work that they're doing. Next slide. Ensuring a rights-based approach and providing needed technical and financial support to ensure this 4Ps approach. And lastly, to conclude, next slide. So will EPR bring a circular economy reach in the Philippines? Next. I think the answer is yes, but EPR is just one of the tools in the arsenal or in our legal arsenal, as Attorney Tony Uposa would mention, to achieve circular economy. EPR is a positive step. It is a starting point for a cultural societal shift. We've been hearing that this morning. It's an opportunity for producers to be more responsible and sustainable, but at the same time for technological innovation and ingenuity to shine through. But it's also a challenge to improve overall waste management. I think we cannot overemphasize the need for proper waste management to ensure that EPR will be a success. And we'll see in the next photo. No? Because for me, EPR is not a magic bullet to solve all our waste management problems. Some people think that with the EPR law, tapos na yung waste management problems. All our plastic waste will be gone from our oceans and from our backyards. You know? But as I've emphasized, this is just one of the many tools that we need. And it has to be used with other options. And why is that? Next slide, please. Take a look at this. This is my own photo. Fresh photo from CDO. We were doing a project evaluation work. Seems like, I mean, at first glance, parang wow, something good is happening because wala yung basura dun sa lake, di ba? But if you take a closer look at the picture, it points to a lot of problems in our waste management system. By the way, the trash trap is made out of 57,000 PET bottles. And it's an initiative of DNR. This is in CDO pala, one of the creeks which lead up out to the port area. So, nagamit yung PET bottles, but some will say that you're not supposed to put PET bottles and put them in the water because it will just contaminate the water eventually. Look at the trash that's being pushed to the trash trap. This area was just cleaned the day before, and it had more trash. Wala pang 24 hours, meron ng basura. Look at the amount of waste. It's mixed waste. The informal waste collectors here, who are volunteers, not being paid almost nothing, said that they don't only collect plastic, they collect wood, they collect dead animals, they collect doors, they collect bed frames, mga kutsyon, mattresses, halo-halo. So it points to the problem of waste segregation, collection. And it also points to the problem that this barangay is trying to do something, but the 12, 13, 14 other barangays who feed into this catchment or catch basin are not doing anything. And yung sinasabi nga ni Miguel that it's, hindi pa pwedeng one barangay is doing something, the other is not. Because tahi-tahi yung waste management. Another problem, masaya yung mga nandun upstream kasi wow, ang linis ng tapat natin. Pero tingnan nyo dito sa may lower left. Yung basura na yun, freshly thrown by, sabi ng barangay, residents on the left. And it shows you that yung mindset na ginagawa na nga ng paraan ng barangay, yung mga ibang kapitbahay nila are following the law. Pero sila dito, tuloy pa rin ang tapon. And how do they know that sa kanila daw galing yung waste na yun dyan? Kasi kaka-construct lang daw ng bahay. So yung mga tinanggal na plywood, tinanggal na kisame, yun yung mga nakatambak doon. So walang magawa naman yung barangay. I-issuehan daw nila ng OVR, Ordinance Violation Report. Magabayad ng multa na 5,000, makikipaghagel, gagawing 500. Officially hagel yun. May reduction dahil magabayad ka voluntarily. 500 pesos, but they don't have to clean that up. So I think this picture, sums up a lot of the challenges. And why? What can be done? Next slide, please. My last two slides, sorry. What needs to be done? Again, we have to improve overall waste management. Simple, enforce RA 9003. I've said it time and again, it's a world-class law. It's a good law. This needs to be properly implemented. Let's segregate, proper collection, proper transport, support our MRFs. Maybe the EPR obliged entities can help support MRFs, development of MRFs at the barangay level. Move towards sanitary land use, but also recycling facilities. Although 9003 doesn't mandate recycling facilities, it has provisions to support recycling facilities. All of society approach, second point. EPR makes producers primarily responsible, but we heard earlier from Usec Ruth that it's consumers and customers have a responsibility. Government has a responsibility to implement. Tayo have the responsibility to follow the law and to support these measures. Change our behavior, change our habits, change how we consume products. Third point, and we saw earlier that there are efforts to improve, to implement, laudable efforts to implement the EPR Act, but we need clear implementation guidelines. One, data collection on obliged enterprises. Sino ba sila? Who are they? How do you verify yung mandatory report, yung voluntary reports nila, for example? Campaigns to improve compliance by the OEs and general public. We need clear rules on certification audits, yung third-party audits, and doing the appropriate technologies also. Because we cannot support technologies which, for example, promote incineration, which in my opinion is not allowed under our Clean Air Act. So we cannot support technologies which push waste not to a circular model but to final disposal. We also have to develop market strategies for recycling to put value on this waste, to make sure that people see value in it. That's why they will recycle. That's why they will reuse, and to also help our informal waste sector. Last slide, next please. And as I said earlier, it's not simply diversion, but recycling targets are needed. So we need clear mandatory recycling targets to ensure the circularity. We also need equal effort at reduction of consumption. EPR, as currently worded, I think, in my opinion, focuses too much on diverting, on collecting, but not enough on the upstream measures. How do you, should we make this mandatory? Maybe that's something that lawmakers can consider. How do we push companies, for example, to move towards cleaner production, or what they would call yung eco-modulation, changing their product so that it can be easily recycled or will match the existing recycling technologies and facilities. And lastly, ensuring this four-piece approach to reflect environmental justice. We need to consider informal waste sector workers. We need to consider people living by the creeks, by the esteros. Na sila yung nagsasuffer yung buhay nila, yung health nila, because of the waste, because of how we consume, how we produce and how we consume products. Probably more support for community-based organizations and social enterprises. Over the weekend, for example, I heard a story about a co-op in Southern Tagalog. Hindi ko na lang bibigay yung exact area. No? And they were saying that they wanted to improve their co-op, push for to be an EPR partner, but kulang sila ng organizational, yung mga management inside, how to magpipresyo sila masyadong mababa. Kunyari pala yung sa PET bottles, ang presyohan in CDO is 1 peso for uncleaned per kilo. So imagine, 1 kilo na plastic piso lang yung makukuha nila, and they have to dig it out of the mga estero. No? So how do we make sure na dignified yung work dito mga informal waste sectors workers natin? And lastly is supporting the Global Plastic Treaty, which Miguel mentioned. There is a great push to include the informal waste sector workers, to have specific provisions and mandates for informal waste sector workers in the Global Plastics Treaty. So hopefully we see this being included in the treaty itself. I think that's my last slide. Next slide. Maraming salamat and good morning to everyone. Thank you for listening.
Right. So that was a very interesting morning session. That leaves us with about 12 minutes before my self-imposed end of my portion. So I'm about to open the floor to any questions. I'm counting on you because this is a room filled with some of the smartest researchers sabihin natin, in the planet. Oh, diba? And you will have those burning questions which are relevant to the work that you do and in how you think you might be able to help the government and the private sector in moving forward and promoting circular economy, right? So I'm going to buy you some time by asking one question. But after my question, it's your time to roll, okay? Yes, okay. So Attorney mentioned a number of next steps that we have to do. I'd like to give an opportunity for Attorney Ivy and Mr. Is it Michael or Miguel? Because I heard him. Miguel. Okay, Miguel. To give just one answer of, there are many issues apparently, things that are lacking. We don't have yet a circular economy framework to put together all of our efforts in this country. But the EPR law is one step. What, in your view, is the most, Miss Universe, the most important or the biggest hurdle to achieving the goal of, finally promoting CE, finally, at least maybe even just looking at the marine litter as an issue? What is one hurdle that you see preventing that from happening?
Okay, for me and my personal opinion, of course, one of the biggest hurdle in the implementation, not just of the EPR law, but for all the circular economy is discipline. You know what makes the implementation of this law challenging and what makes it an advocacy rather than responsibility is the fact that us implementers of the law would have to change the mindset of each Filipino people from the youngest generation up to us now na, well, guilty. Wala naman talaga tayong disiplina sa pagmamanage ng ating waste. So, we have to educate each Filipino, and we are putting an effort in this IEC campaigns. Actually, the DNR Secretary is planning to be in talks, of course, with the CHED and the DepEd as well para ma-integrate to, just like what Usec Castello has said earlier, to integrate it in elementary curriculum, no, for us to educate our children on proper solid waste management. So, discipline is the biggest hurdle. Kung tayo ay magiging disiplinado naman, walang mahirap eh. But, you know, discipline is very rare these days. So, that is the biggest hurdle.
Thank you, Attorney. Miguel?
From my end, I think it will be a realignment. So organizational wise, we are realigning in integrating the EPR program to the two streams of the projects here locally. For example, with the Plastic Smart Cities project here in Manila, Taytay, Palawan, Donsol, CDO, Siargao, and the Davao Gulf, we are really trying, I am assigned task to incorporate EPR to the present programs on how we influence the LGU policymaking, the incorporation of the informal waste sectors, and at the same time, from what I've read from the baseline and what you've mentioned, the knowledge about EPR is almost zero. When you go to the cities or municipalities outside of NCR, Cebu, and Davao. So we really have to reach out to them. So we are volunteering our help with the corporations. You can ask us for advice. We are helping DNR, the LGUs and BLGUs. And at the same time, it's a general alignment. It starts individually as a consumer, our families, our households, barangays, everything. So we should not wait for another crisis for us to change our behavior. The plastic crisis is really a crisis of survival. So we should not wait for the worst effect. So we should act right now.
Your turn. Any questions from the floor? Yes, ma'am. So somebody will bring you the mic. No, you don't need to. If you may just request you to state your name and your affiliation if you would
Hi,
want.
good morning. I'm Sheila CR. I'm from the PIDS. Thank you for the engaging and very informative discussion. I just have one question and a comment. My question pertains to the law itself, which was thoroughly let me take off my mask, which was thoroughly discussed by attorney. In terms of, I think I saw a problem in not mandating MSMEs from practicing EPR, because as we all know, 99% of our registered businesses, no, are MSMEs, no. So the question is, siguro micro okay lang, pero SMEs parang mahirap, no. So that brings me to my question on how can we motivate our SMEs to register as well as to have their EPR programs, no? So that's my first question, no? Because it's very difficult, no? If they are not mandated to to do so, no? So how can paano pa yung compliance? Paano pa sila mas mai-encourage, no? In terms of incentives, no, ano yung pwede nating incentive? What incentives can we think of, no, to encourage them to practice EPR, no? Are we thinking of, let's say, tax incentives, mga ganon tipo? And then my second point pertains to what our presenter from the World Wildlife Fund mentioned about the informal waste sector. The informal waste sector, because admittedly it plays a big part in the solid waste management in local communities. No, so I like his take on how we can incorporate this sector into our EPR, no, and the mechanism is already in place. Nandiyan na talaga sila eh. So instead of wiping them out, no, or displacing them, or removing them from the picture, why not tap them for EPR programs, make them an official part of EPR, no, in the communities by, as you've said, recognizing them, giving them, let's say, IDs, and for me, professionalizing their trade, no? Let's say capacitating them, training them on health, safety and sanitary practices because they are dealing with waste, and also paying them accordingly. So those 2 points. Thank you.
Anyone want to respond? Attorney, do you want to respond first? Or?
Thank you. Before I turn over to DNR, I think as regards to MSMEs, I know that a lot of environmental groups have also been calling for the inclusion of small and medium enterprises in the given that 99% now are SMMEs. But I think it's a matter which needs to be dealt with a mandatory legislation because as the law now stands, and DNR is implementing the law based on what our Congress passed. If I recall during the deliberations for this EPR law, it was because also of the notion that a big chunk of the plastic that's being brought out into the market is from that 1% of corporations. But admittedly, the 99% use a lot of what they put out into the market. That's why to capture all that waste and all those products out into the market, SMMEs should be included. But I think there were some comments like low-hanging fruit muna tayo. The big corporations first, the big enterprises first. Then we can move towards rolling out the program to smaller industries. And this has been done in other countries like in Korea, in France, for example, where they started with the big enterprises. It's a 15, 20, 30-year journey for some countries to fully implement EPR up to the micro businesses. So I think, yes, MSMEs should be included, but a law is needed to formally include them. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Attorney Grip, for that. No, actually, before the EPR law was enacted or lapsed into law, we were, of course, on our part from the DENR, we were having comments that if the aggregate plastic production of MSMEs were to be considered, of course, that will form a big part of our plastic packaging wastes. But of course, on the part of us implementers, we only have to stick with what the law has provided. Otherwise, it will become ultra vires on our part. Of course, we are also considering the fact, just like I am connected with the National Ecology Center right now for implementation of EPR because I am with the PAB, Pollution Adjudication Board Secretariat, which will penalize obliged enterprises which will not comply with the EPR Act. And we are also considering MSMEs. Noted po yung concern nyo, ma'am, but of course, limited po yung pwede nating maging answer because it is up to the Congress, of course, to enact another law for the coverage of MSMEs. But for now, for us to be able to encourage them Saywar, no? Saywar muna tayo na come the time that 60% is to be implemented and you transition to become a large enterprise in the future, sadly, you will have to comply with the 60% already, and it will not go back to the original 20% compliance. So might as well, as early as now, implement EPR program. So you are already accustomed come the time that you are already covered under the law. And of course, the DNR Secretary would be in talks as well with different government agencies, specifically for incentivizing those EPR implementation.
Short addition lang po. SMEs without having the law changed can help right now. Where they pay their business taxes, they can help the LGUs and the barangays in first paying for some or percentage of the fees of the informal waste collectors, or helping or providing space for the establishment of the MRFs. And then they just talk to the LGU administrator for tax incentives, because all of the, as stated sa EPR, IRR, all expenses under EPR, for as long it's done for EPR, is tax deductible. There is a tax incentive, so we can start.
All right. I know there are more burning questions, but I have been told that we have to stop because we have another session. So our team from PIDS will collect some of your questions, and then if you can also put your contact information, then we will be able to provide it now to our speakers. Sorry, Randy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Francisco and our panelists. So now, for the participants and speakers, we would like to seek your cooperation and understanding as we would extend the symposium until 12:30. So now, for the second session, we are now going to tackle the sustainable consumption side. So to moderate the session, may I call on Dr. Francis Mark Quimba, the Project Director of the Philippine APEC Study Center Network and the Senior Research Fellow at the Philippine Institute for Development Studies. So Sir Francis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jean. So in the interest of time, I'll shorten the introduction to the second panel. So we've heard earlier from the talk of Usec Ruth, the importance of the and responsibility of consumption. So the symposium is really planned out this way. So it will talk about the producer side, and then the second session will talk about the consumption side. So consumers at different levels should be highly encouraged to adopt and practice. Earlier, we heard 7 Rs, but today we'll hear about the 9R circular economy framework. So while the public and private institutions should increase the awareness of consumers on the benefits of circular economy through formal education systems at an early stage, advocacy campaigns, events and competitions to encourage circular design thinking, innovations, and collaboration opportunities. So because we're coming from the PASCN, we want to look at the APEC region. So the APEC region as a whole represents 60% of the world's GDP and has a vital role in shifting a linear economy into a circular one by talking about ideas, best practices, promoting innovations, and we try to understand how the consumers can contribute. So for this session, we have 3 esteemed speakers. Let me just introduce them very quickly. So the first speaker is Carlos Kuriyama, Director of the APEC Policy Support Unit. The second is Ms. Leia Guerrero, Philippine Country Director of Greenpeace. Both of them will be joining us virtually. And then the third speaker who will be the discussant is Dr. Maria Teresa Talavera, Associate Dean of the UPLB College of Human Ecology, and she's joining us here on site. So without further ado, let me call on Mr. Carlos Kuriyama to talk about the circular economy in the APEC region, highlighting the 9R framework.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Francis, for your kind introduction. And I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to participate in this symposium. And what I will do in this occasion is to share with you what issues on sustainability we are discussing in APEC. And in addition to that, what I will do is to show some information about this waste crisis and how we could consider a transformation to a circular economy as a response to this waste crisis. And what I would like to show is also some policies that would help us to enable a smooth transition or an adoption of the circular economy. Next slide, please. In APEC, well, I would say we've been discussing about sustainability issues for a long while. For example, in 2015, during the Philippines host year, APEC leaders identified that there was a need to do some better waste management and call more work in this area. And this call also continued in subsequent years. And there have been initiatives, looking at how we could manage waste or how we could control waste. For example, in Chile in 2019, there was a lot of discussions about marine debris prevention and reduction of debris with a specific focus on plastics. And in that way, APEC endorsed an APEC roadmap on marine debris. Also, in 2020, there was an interest to look at innovative waste management through circular economy practices. Then later in 2021, well, we were in the middle of a pandemic, but beside the discussions on the pandemic, there were many issues that on environmental matters that took priority. And last year, last but not least, the meetings in Thailand, APEC basically promoted a new comprehensive framework on a biocircular green economy model. This is with the intention to provide guidelines allowing the use of technology and innovation to create value, reduce waste, advance resource efficiency, and promote sustainable business models. So you can see that in APEC, we notice about the importance of having a regional approach to resolve this, to address this waste crisis. And well, next. So you can see here in this slide that waste generation is a major problem, and this is worsening by the day. We notice that we have a growing population, also rapid urbanization, and supported by proper waste management systems that are driving this global waste crisis. So estimations by the World Bank indicate that just the global solid waste generation will rise by 69% annually, all the way to 3.4 billion tons by 2050. Also, we notice in APEC that in the APEC region, APEC economies are responsible for a large share of global solid waste. So 43% of this global solid waste originated in APEC in 2016. This percentage is going to go down. These are the projections, expectations, to 37% by 2050. And we can see also that in the APEC region, an APEC economy resident is generating right now around 0.8% of kilograms of solid waste per day. And this number is expected to increase to 1.1% kilos 1.1 kilos per day by 2050. Next slide, please. So the World Bank basically also found that about 59% of waste in APEC economies was mismanaged. And a large proportion of this mismanaged waste, around 2/3 of it, arose from developing APEC members. And we can see that often this mismanaged waste, in particular plastics, is dumped into inland waterways, and they all go into oceans. We found a study in 2017 that found that about 90% of the ocean's plastic come from 10 rivers, of which 6 of them come from flow through APEC economies. And all these plastics in the ocean are costing around $1.3 billion per year, affecting tourism, fishing, and shipping industries. And we also notice that mismanaged waste is also deadly, because we notice that around 400,000 to 1 million residents in developing economies are dying every year due to the harmful effects of mismanaged waste. Next slide, please. A proper waste management is definitely a cost-effective strategy to address these issues. So the cost, for example, according to some studies in the APEC region, basically the mismanaged household waste costs around $375 per ton. But implementing an integrated waste management system could cost only between $50 to $100 per ton. So it's more economical. And you know, waste is not supportive of future economic growth. And since resource security and efficiency are important for economic resilience. So this is also supported by efforts, for example, at the United Nations. The Sustainable Development Goals also identify the importance of reducing waste and pollutants in ensuring that the needs of future generations are met. The next slide, please. So you can see that transitioning to a circular economy can help. So the direct impact on waste on livelihoods is self-evident, but the waste we throw away is also coming around, and that includes food. For example, if we discard a plastic bottle, and this plastic bottle ends up, in one of these garbage patches in the Pacific Ocean, this could be consumed by some fish, and it could eventually enter into the human food system. Also, economies, firms, households are often, we notice that they are practicing often a linear model of product that follows a take, make, and dispose pattern. So we have to change this. So the circular economy model, on the other hand, ensures that almost no residual waste is released into the environment. And this could be achieved through, for example, long-lasting design, maintenance, repair, reuse, remanufacturing, refurbishing, and recycling. And next slide, please. So you can see here a sort of extensive a framework for the circular economy. It involves 10 stages. So some of these stages are about producing in a smarter way, for example, by practicing refuse in a way that we could avoid the use of raw materials by abandoning the function of a product, for example, to avoid packaging where possible. Also, we could implement the rethink strategy by making the use of a product more intensive. For example, the shared use of products like vehicles, washing machines. We could also implement a reduce strategy, which is basically to consume less raw materials or increase production efficiency. For example, to buy fewer consumer products. In terms of other strategies, the circular economy also involves to extend the lifespan of products and their parts. For example, in terms of reusing, we could use discarded products which are still in good condition and fulfill their original function. For example, to buy second-hand goods. We could also repair defective products. We can also refurbish or redesign, restore old products. We can remanufacture products by basically reusing functional discarded parts to manufacture new products with the same function. And we can also repurpose products by reusing functional discarded parts to manufacture a new product with a different function. And we can also do recycling, and we can also do some recovering, for example, by incinerating leftover materials and recover energy. Next slide, please. So just to keep it short, we can see that the transformation of this into a circular economy would bring certain benefits. For example, we would the first one is that an economy or a region would become less dependent on external sources of raw materials. The second advantage of a circular economy is that the generation of new types of we have the generation of new types of employment in businesses. So more or less, we notice that the circular economy could create 1.5 million jobs in Asia for the next 25 years. And the third major benefit of the circular economy lies in the potential reduction in environmental degradation. But despite all these benefits, there are also barriers to set up a circular economy. We have high upfront costs that are expected in the short run. Also, the circular economy will lead to more complex international supply chains, since resources will flow in both directions. Also, the transition to a circular economy requires the sharing of smart infrastructure and advanced technologies, and that's often hindered by weak intellectual property rights and data privacy concerns, among others. And finally, the profitability of the circular economy requires a strong demand from consumers. And this only arises if consumers are well informed about the concept, they can recognize the business circularity, and so there's more work that we need to do about raising awareness about these benefits. So the circular, next slide, please. The circular economy presents a lot of opportunities in terms of we can share platforms to facilitate access to and share use of underutilized products. We could also use a product as a service instead of a product itself. We can also do more recycling. We can do some product life extension. And we can, do some resource recovery, so we can capture byproducts and waste in manufacturing, such that they can be used in other production processes. Next slide, please. For the sake of time, I'll jump this one. Next slide, please. Next slide. So in APEC, basically, we have implemented this initiative called the Biocircular Economy Model. And basically, we are trying to find ways to connect the environment and the society. And in this way, we are identifying 4 areas to address all environmental challenges, such as climate change, extreme weather, natural disasters, progressing sustainable and inclusive trade and investment, promoting environmental conservation, sustainable use and management of natural resources, and to advance resource efficiency and sustainable waste management. Well, I've been asked to keep it short, to stop here, so my deepest apologies, I could not share more materials. Also, my apologies, I cannot stay beyond noon because I also have other commitments that I had already scheduled. So thanks you so much for your attention, and look forward to participate in future events on this topic in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Koriyama, for your presentation. We've heard about what have been going on in APEC and the plans and the concepts. I especially liked how you introduced the 10 R's. No? So from 7 to 9, now we have 10 R's. Particularly making an impression in me is refuse. Something that all of us as consumers can do is try to begin thinking about how we can refuse adding more things into our consumption. And again, thank you very much. We understand if you cannot join us later for the Q&A. Moving on to the next presentation, we have Ms. Leia Guerrero, the Philippines Country Director for Greenpeace Southeast Asia. She will be talking about enabling systemic shifts within current systems of production and consumption. Ms. Leia, please.
Thank you. So thank you to the Philippine APEC Study Center Network, the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, Asian Institute of Management, and Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung for the invitation to be part of this forum. The moderator already mentioned the title of my presentation. It's about enabling system shifts. I'm going to try to make this pretty quick. I'm going to speak fast, but let me know if you want me to speak a little slower so I could make the time shorter. Next slide, please. So this is what I'm going to be speaking about. It's introduced Greenpeace a bit, and I want to talk about how a genuine circular economy isn't compatible within a system that's based on infinite growth, and how lifestyle changes aren't the key to the consumption side of the circular economy, because we look at circular economy and a lot of companies always frame them in the context of it's still about maximizing profits. It's still about infinite growth, but it's totally not compatible. And at the other side, when we talk about what are the consumers' responsibilities within a circular economy, we believe in Greenpeace that it's a lot more than just lifestyle changes. And the last topic I'm going to tackle is how do we get to a slow circular economy, which is what we're promoting as Greenpeace. Next slide, please. So Greenpeace is a campaigning organization founded in 1971, present in 55 countries. Greenpeace Philippines was founded in March 2000. So we're a campaigning organization, and we do peaceful, creative confrontation to make solutions happen. We investigate and expose environmental problems and also show solutions. So our vision is a green, just, and peaceful future. And our core principles are nonviolence. So when we have creative actions, we call them creative actions. These are nonviolence, and all our activists are trained in nonviolence. And we believe in civic movements. and how they can change systems in society. Our other core principle is independence. So Greenpeace is one of the few nonprofits that do not accept money from corporations as well as from governments. So we're able to do what we do without being limited, without being beholden to these entities. Next slide, please. Thank you. Yeah. So I was actually pleasantly surprised when I read that one of the references in the background papers for this event. It's this article in the WEF website. And what stood out to me in the article was the 9 Rs framework, which I believe also illustrates the hierarchy of preferred actions in a truly circular economy. So the chart, I'll show the chart later. It's from you see the least preferred actions at the bottom and the most preferred actions that actually trigger a circular economy at the top. And then the article also recognizes that recycling is not a solution. So this recognition is, I think, very, very important because we've seen how the support of recycling, the support that recycling gets right now is a distraction to real systems change because it's an end-of-pipe approach. And it poses a very big risk to real circular economy solutions. The third thing that stood out is the acknowledgement that we actually need systems change. Change from the quest for infinite growth, the take-make-waste linear model, which has treated the planet as an infinite resource and an infinite trash can, as one economist put it. For me, these are reflective of elements in what a genuine circular economy looks like. But before we go deeper into that discussion, I wanted to debunk some common notions about the circular economy that touches upon production and consumption. So next slide, please. So these are the two things. Currently, in a lot of venues, you talk about circular economy within the current economic system of profit at all costs. And we also talk about circular economy and the role of consumers as, you know, you have to be, lifestyle changes will save the day. But this is not, for us, it is not reflective of what actually is or should be happening to lead us to a genuine circular economy. So this morning, actually, we were discussing the plastics problem, which looks like the graph in the next slide, please. So if you look at this slide, you'll see that plastics pollution is really just spiraling upwards. From 2000 to 2020, it doubled, right? And so did waste. And only 9% was recycled. And this trend of ballooning plastic production is happening in a world where policies meant to solve the pollution crisis are being corralled to the lowest section of the hierarchy of actions that we could do with materials. Next slide, please. So this is the 9 Rs, and it's a hierarchy because you can see that the actions at the bottom are actually more linear and the actions at the top are more circular. And if you look at recycling and recovery, it's at the bottom. But study says that this is where most corporate action internationally and policies are actually focused. There are less policies that are focused in actually enabling circular economy. Next slide, please. So the study was done by 5 gyres. It was published in PLOS1, PLOS1. Let's just call it the plastic smog study. And it observed that international policies on plastics are fragmented. They don't address the entire life cycle of plastics. They favor business-oriented solutions. So a lot of the policies are pro-business interest rather than actually addressing the plastics pollution problem. They lack specificity and they do not include measurable targets. Next slide, please. Much of these are also voluntary. And the study says that increased production of virgin plastics will increasingly undermine circular economic principles and so forth. So it's really production that is driving the pollution problem. We see these flaws also. Next slide, please. We see these flaws in the EPR law in the Philippines. So a lot of nonprofit waste groups in the Philippines actually asked for a veto of the EPR law because we feel that this is a very weak law that would actually not promote a circular economy because it favors business-oriented solutions and it focuses on the lowest initiatives in the hierarchy of action. So it's more about disposal and cement kilns, recycling, and so-called plastic neutrality, which is just companies will be mandated to collect trash and they can burn them. So it doesn't stop the problem at the source. So next slide, please. And all this is happening in a world where we also have a lot of marketing strategies for the sake of profit and growth. So companies have created electronic goods that are programmed for obsolescence, that are irreparable, unrecyclable, so sachets, all sachets that are multi-layer are completely unrecyclable, and fast fashion. So we're told to change the designs of our clothes every year. Phone manufacturers tell us to buy new phones every 2 years, and so do our phone networks. So it's a world where we're constantly told to buy new products. So in this forum, we're discussing the role and responsibilities of consumers within a circular economy, adopting the 9R circular economy framework. But for me, the question we need to be asking is, next slide, please. Within this current system of unbridled production, where policies either favor industry or are lacking, and where marketing is perniciously designed to get people to keep buying things they don't need, what can people do to help enable a genuine circular economy? Because the odds seem to be stacked against people. So the notion of consumer choice, I feel, is overrated. In many ways, considering people as consumers, I use the word people rather than consumers, because when we call people consumers, you only look at one aspect of an individual's decision-making capacity, and that's their participation in a very limiting market system controlled by corporations, and where in reality they have very little power. So within the system, we're also conned that consumer choices, changing our lifestyles, can change the system. We're told that all this production pollution exists because we didn't make the right choices, we didn't do the right thing. We're told that solution, don't use plastic, stop buying sachets, recycle. And we're led to believe that all these things are supposed to make a difference, supposed to change a system in a world where companies aren't reducing plastic production and are lobbying politicians not to pass single-use plastic bans, and where government put the interests of corporations before people. So kanina actually narinig natin na parang part of the problem is walang disiplina. Totoo, in many cases, hindi tayo marunong magtapon. Pero even if lahat tayo may disiplina magtapon, kung yung mga corporations keep on the track of producing plastic, like in the graph that we saw earlier, na it doubled every 20 years. The predictions about how much it will double more in the next 10 years is kind of dire. Kahit anong disiplina ng tao, hindi natin mapipigilan yung plastic pollution, kasi we have to turn off the tap. So bakit, in that context, bakit ang mga tao sinasabihan na wala kayong disiplina, pero yung mga corporations, hindi natin sila sinasabihan na kailangan nilang magkadisiplina para i-reduce nila yung plastic production, di ba? So the burden is actually being thrown into the shoulders of people. And these are all meant to obscure the fact that what we should be doing as citizens is to challenge these systems perpetrated by these corporations so they can continue profiting at the expense of the environment and people. Next slide, please. Thank you. On the other side, okay. So if you look at these slides, they're just examples of how the burden has been put on consumers. So there's a Shell CEO in 2019. He's saying that we have no choice but to keep extracting oil in a world where there's climate change because people are demanding it. Next slide, please. And in this slide, you can see that what Nestle says, consumers have a vital role to play in improving recycling rates. Okay, and we will engage them through educational campaigns. So Nestle has not has not made any commitments to reduce their plastic production. And yet they're telling people to improve your recycling. Okay, and next slide, please. And this other example, you can see this quote that I've pulled out on the side. It's an article by Reuters, an investigative one that they did in Sri Lanka, the Philippines, and other countries. In 2019, one of the heads of Unilever said that sachets are evil because you cannot recycle it. But at the same time, this report found out that Unilever is also doing a campaign to stop policymakers from approving single-use plastic bans. And they said because poor people need it. So that whole narrative, next slide, please. That whole narrative of, this whole pollution problem is the fault of people needs to be kind of exposed because as long as production rates are going up and people did not produce those those trash that's coming out of those factories, as long as production rates are coming up, whatever we do in terms of lifestyle change actually won't make a dent in this horrible system. So what I'm saying is that when we look at the role of citizens within a circular economy, it's actually, we should actually look at civic engagement over consumer choice. So changing consumer behavior is not a bad thing, but it won't make a dent in the real world. So next slide, please. So I just pulled out this slide because it's a funny quote that I saw on Twitter back during the early days of the pandemic. And it just shows how it is a system that is asking us to buy things that we don't need, that is driving pollution, driving the climate crisis. What I'm taking out of this is that we should question our the fixation of the global economy, of corporate strategies on infinite growth in a finite planet, and understand that, talking about growth while talking about circular economy doesn't work. Infinite growth is not part of a circular economy. Next slide, please. So what does system change look like in the context of a circular economy? So what we're advocating in Greenpeace is a slow circular economy. Next slide, please. So first we have to slow the flow and close the loop. So it's mindful ecological designs that enable sustainable ecosystems for all of us. It's less consumption. So we believe that our economy needs to be restorative and generative. Not just, it can be a circle, but it's just cycling more and more resources around faster and faster. It's not going to get us anywhere. We need to slow down the circle and close the loop. Next slide, please. So what does that look like? I'm not going to read out the slides, but we believe it should be simple, input-oriented. It must understand the value of resources. It must be with purpose. Okay, the way that products are designed right now, a lot we go online where the government is trying to promote online on e-commerce and so forth. But a lot of the stuff you find in e-commerce sites, aside from the packaging, is really things you don't need, like USB mug warmers, which you get for Christmas and you don't use, right? And then you have products that are multi-use, designed globally, but manufactured locally. Next slide, please. And it needs to prevent and reduce environmental impact across the entire life cycle of products. One of these is the elimination of all toxic chemicals and pollution. This is another reason why sachets are unrecyclable. One is they're multi-layered, and the other thing is they use a lot of dyes. And some of those dyes and some of their plastic softeners are actually pretty toxic, especially when burned. So when you send sachets to an incinerator or a cement kiln, which is promoted here in the Philippines, but we believe is against the Clean Air Act, you're actually releasing a lot of toxic chemicals into the air. So part of what the circular economy looks like need to be the redesign of things in terms of distribution, but also of their components. Next slide, please. Thank you. It needs to be open source. So things must be, for things to be repairable, open source and transparency is pretty vital. Next slide, please. Sorry, previous slide, please. So is the circular economy already happening, the slow circular economy? It does in little bits, but it's not supported by government policies. So you have the repair economy in the Philippines, for example, is pretty big compared to other countries, in Western countries where they dispose of their electronics once they're broken, they don't repair them. In the Philippines, we do a lot of repair and so forth. We see them in community pantries, for example. That's an example of a sharing economy that is part of what a slow circular economy can look like. In other countries, there are limits to advertising. They actually have policies that limit advertising because of the pernicious effect that advertising does have on people. And then there are mandatory take-back schemes, and there are also single-use plastic bans in other countries. As I said earlier, a truly slow circular economy will require transparency, accountability, collaboration, but it also that kind of economy is going to permeate, is going to reflect on our social systems and financial services because it's not built on profit at all costs. It's not built on profit before the welfare of people or before the welfare of the environment. It can produce a different kind of future for all of us where creating wealth is in the service of the common good rather than for just amassing wealth for 1% of the population who control like 1% also of all the corporations in the world. Next slide, please. So what needs to be done? So corporations must drastically, for plastic pollution at least, they have to drastically reduce plastic pollution. They need to turn off the tap on plastic production while investing in reuse and refill, go back to alternative delivery systems. Otherwise, we'll be swamped with so much plastic that they're just going to collect and put in cement kilns for us to breathe the dirty air or turn into some of the projects are they're turned into school desks, but it actually requires a lot of energy and melting plastic also releases toxic chemicals. So it's really not a solution. The solution must be to reduce. And governments need to hold corporations accountable because corporations aren't going to do this on their own. Their primary motivation is really to give value to their stockholders, to maximize profit. So they're not going to do this on their own unless government sets very strong regulations for reduction. They need to mandate actions higher up the 9Rs hierarchy, not at the bottom. Maybe one call for the government is to pass the single-use plastic ban here in the Philippines, and also to review the EPR law, which is currently just focused on recovery and recycling. And beyond changing habits for citizens, they could be part of the systems change by mobilizing and participating, being on the table with lawmakers, making sure that their voices are heard, being active in their local governments for ordinances that ban plastics, and so forth. Next slide, please. Yeah. So that's just to say that it's not a pipe dream because in a lot of history has shown us that social movements do change the world. It's why women right now can vote and so forth. So it's actually possible for us to change this current exploitative system that we have in order to lead us to a better, a reimagined world. Next slide, please. where people are central in the economic, social, and political systems. So I'll end there. And yeah, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Leia, for a very thought-provoking presentation. I'm sure maybe some of our audience would have some questions. To discuss the two earlier presentations, we have Dr. Maria Teresa Talavera, Associate Dean of the UPLB College of Human Ecology. And ma'am, may I call you?
Magandang hapon na po ba sa ating lahat? Mabilis na lang po ito. Okay, so on behalf of the Dean of the College of Human Ecology, Dean Ricardo M. Sandalo, we thank the PIDS for the invitation. So the original invitation for us was actually to discuss about sustainable consumption, but it's really a very big, very broad topic. So ang pinili po namin ay yung kumbaga malapit sa ating bituka, which is sustainable food consumption and the role of the academe. So kanina po laging nababanggit yung role ng academe. So next slide po. So human ecology and sustainable consumption. So I come from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Our niche is agriculture, environment, and among others. And I come also from the College of Human Ecology, and we say that human ecology and sustainable consumption is actually interrelated. Kasi ang human ecology involves the study of the interrelationships among people, other organisms, and their environments. And we also have a methodology or framework in studying human activities, and part of that is the health, okay, which includes food and nutrition, and the functioning of the natural environment. We focus on the question of how humans do and could continue to survive. If we look at the context of the food system, particularly how we consume food, what will happen to the next generation if our land or soil, for example, is acidic na, which is happening now. And then, of course, sustainable consumption, just like food and yung fast fashion that was mentioned kanina, have many ecological impacts. So next slide, please. So food is the basic resource for life. Of course, we cannot live without it. We need a food system, okay, for us to be able, for the food to come to our table. Kumbaga yung farm to table natin na food system. But nowadays, we need a sustainable food system. We need to think about not just our generation, okay, but the next generation. So we need to have a food system that delivers food and nutrition security for all in such a way that the economic, social, and environmental basis to generate food security and nutrition for future generations are not compromised. So we need to achieve food and nutrition security today, but also contribute to food and nutrition security for future generations. Next slide. Okay, so we are transitioning, okay? So we are experiencing urbanization, economic growth, technological changes, among others. In nutrition, we have the so-called nutrition transition. It has 5 patterns. We are now experiencing pattern 3, okay? So we have undernutrition. We are also experiencing pattern 4, which is now we have obesity and those chronic degenerative diseases, cancer, cardiovascular diseases, and that is because of the diet. Nagta-transition yung diet natin. So from yung mga starchy foods, ngayon madami tayong fats, marami tayong processed foods, and then we are now going to pattern 5, which is ano ba ang goal natin? So we want healthy diets, okay, so that we will be able to reduce ang undernutrition or malnutrition and these NCDs. So it's not just that the people are, both the food systems and people are transitioning. So we need to recognize that. Next slide, please. So as I've said, the diets are also transforming. From that 5 pattern, we have 3 and 4 and 3 and 4 pattern. So yung mga nasa developing countries, okay, tayo ay moving to become a middle income country. So yung ating diet is actually meron tayong overconsumption at saka meron din tayong mga unhealthy diet. So we are in that particular setup. But there are countries talaga na mga small developing countries pa din that are still stuck with the low fat, low sugar, high fiber, and monotonous diet. On the other hand, we have these developed countries, okay, that have high fat, high sugar, low fiber, and diverse diet. So what happens now is really overnutrition and undernutrition. But what we want is optimal nutrition. And this can actually be this can worsen because diets can be costly. We are experiencing that in the Philippines. We have inflation. The prices of food is quite high in terms of rice, and yung mga na-experience natin before, yung mga pag-increase, for example, ng kahit sibuyas lang ay mahal sa Pilipinas. Okay? Next, please. So there are approaches, okay, or transformation. So we need to transform these unhealthy diets to healthy diets, and there are four, okay, there are four distinct policy objectives. The first one is for us to have sufficient nutrient-rich and staple food that are available to all and sustainably produced. The second is that those foods are readily accessible to everyone. The third is that the food should be affordable to everyone. And the last one is that it should ensure those foods are desirable to our consumers. Pag tayo po kasi kumain, hindi lang naman natin tinitingnan yung nutrients, hindi natin lang tinitingnan yung presyo, pero yung gusto rin natin siyang kainin. Ganun ka-complex po kasi ang ating consumption. Next slide. There are approaches, okay? Meron na po, alam na natin kung ano yung posibleng gawin or approaches to shifting food consumption or diets. So the first one is fiscal measures. We are experiencing that. We have the taxation na po ng sugar-sweetened beverages, okay? That's just an example. We also have regulatory and trade interventions, okay? Sa DTI po yan, also for food labeling. Voluntary industry approaches. So may mga companies po tayo, food companies po tayo that are reformulating their food products such as reducing salt, sugar, and unhealthy fats. Actually, there's ngayon po ang call ngayon is for trans fat, reduction of trans fat. The fourth one is interventions focusing on the context, defaults, and norms of consumption. Some of these were discussed po ng mga ating mga resource speaker. That would include improvement in varieties, for example, of rice, maging climate smart sila. Food fortification, food preparation, time management, and food preservation. And the last one would be information and education raising approaches. Admittedly, with the EPR law, which is quite new, although makikita natin sa mga restaurants, sa mga karinderya, gumagamit pa rin po talaga ng mga plastics in serving the food, in parang yung mga take-home po natin. So, a lot of that can still be, pwede pa nating mamitigate talaga ang paggamit ng plastics. Next few slides po is all about ano naman po ang role ng mga higher education institutions or academe. Okay, so the academe is one of the multiple key actors that has been identified. We have essential roles for instruction, research, and public service or extension. Our asset is the intellectual capital, for particularly the faculty and the researchers' knowledge and expertise, and quite relevant for any efforts towards circular economy and sustainable consumption. We do contribute by collaborating with the industry, assisting policymakers, building human and intellectual capital, creating or supporting community engagement projects, linking with international networks, and promoting circular economy and sustainable consumption. So at UP Los Baños, we do, next slide po, we do of course instructions, okay? So because of the pandemic, we have dating traditional na face-to-face classes. Now we have hybrid models. We will not go back to that traditional model po na talagang face-to-face. The faculty and the policy of the university is that we will have our own flexibility. If we have cases of COVID in our class, then we go to asynchronous or synchronous classes. We do have that flexibility now. In terms of research and extension, we have the Agora, or the Accelerating Growth Through One Research and Extension in Action, which has 4 focus areas. So food security and sovereignty. The second one is One Health. The third is resilience and sustainability. And the fourth one is future communities and institutions. The next slide tells us about our work, okay, in terms of ensuring food sustainability. So we have sustainable dining. So we develop materials or manuals. We are also involved, next slide please, in school gardening. It's not just the ordinary school gardening that's being implemented by the Department of Education, but it's really engaging the parents, engaging the other schools. This was piloted in Laguna. And then the next one is about foodscaping or landscapes. Next slide po. You probably heard about this. This is the edible landscaping. This has been pioneered by UP Los Baños, and the team has already been conducting trainings. We are distributing starter kits on edible landscaping, and that is the picture of the demo garden. We also have circular economy coffee shop. So this one is a very new, this project is very new. You probably heard about the choco milk or fresh milk of the D3. So now they are, may isang grupo po sa UP na magkakasama sa iba't ibang college. They're trying to make sure na organic, magamit lahat ng mga available products ng UP Los Baños, such as the milk, coffee, and fruits and other products pa. And then trying to ensure na may zero waste. For example, using the used coffee grounds to be recycled as fertilizer, and even the use of solar panels. So this is very wala pa po itong evaluation. Okay, the last two slides. We also develop technologies. Okay, so food products, biofertilizers, and then also how to store vegetables. So there are other projects in the university, but I think this one is more related to ensuring or promoting sustainable food consumption. So in summary, this is the last slide po. So hunger and malnutrition continues to be a problem globally and locally, especially in the country. Food consumption is part and parcel of the whole food system. As food moves from production to consumption or from farm to table, the physical and biological environments must be considered as it will affect the quality and distribution of food and subsequently food safety and nutrition. Lastly, policy actions and interventions can be taken or can be done globally and locally, but no single approach can fix the broken food system. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I think ma'am, may I ask you to join us in the, although we only have one presenter joining us on site. Yeah, I think just to provide a summary of what we've heard. I think it's very interesting that we've heard about food now that we're coming closer to lunch. But very importantly, because for example, for us Filipinos, a lot of our expenditures go to food. So a lot of what we need to do to improve our consumption practices really have to begin with food. Yeah, so I think that's the start. So I will now change my location so that we can have a discussion and open the Q&A. I was asked to open the Q&A and ask the local on-site participants if they have any questions. So let me now open the floor to questions on-site. Do you have any questions? Yes. Okay, so maybe just to give you time, I have a question on Miss Leia. Because it was very interesting that refuse is the one that's really at the top, no? Refuse, rethink. So, and for us, a lot of consumers, we have to also start thinking about that, no? So, in your experience, and you've seen countries, which countries have really began embracing this culture of rethinking their consumption practices, or starting to refuse about refusing consuming more things, no? So what are the best practices that you've seen globally?
Not work globally or regionally in the past maybe 6 years, 5 years, yeah. But what I do remember is that in Western countries, there are movements that, you know, espouse, rethink, and refuse, like in Black what's that, Black Saturday in November. It's a Don't Buy Day. They celebrate Don't Buy Day in November. These are little efforts from small groups of people who believe that we should be living more sustainably. There are also policies in other countries that support the third one in the 9 Rs, reduction, right? So we've seen efforts to map out a blueprint, for example, for plastic reduction of plastic production in Europe, as well as in other countries. There was a blueprint some years back in Thailand, but I know that it hasn't pushed through. So they've done they've thought of very ambitious targets to reduce and to eliminate certain types of plastic waste or certain types of plastics that are produced from the environment and from production. Unfortunately for us in the Philippines, for example, we're still at plastic straws and plastic stirrers, and the NAP, non-environmentally approved plastic products and packaging law that we should have, or policy that has been with the Commission on Solid Waste, has kind of been dormant for so long. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Leia. I see no hands in the. Yeah, see, Sir Randy.
Well, just to relate this question to the earlier forum, so I don't know if our resource persons in the second panel can answer. But I thank you very much for the presentations that you made. I think you really thought of, and I appreciate the presentation earlier on linking the issue of consumption to the issue really of production and the responsibility of corporations. And just linking that to the matter that we discussed earlier. My question is, have we, for example, or in your knowledge, have we really measured, for example, plastic waste or food waste? And because if we want to take into account, we want to monitor or strengthen the accountability of corporations, then maybe there might have to be a system of where we do some sort of measurement. And I think, and then maybe my second question would be, I think there are proposals also by the current government now to look into the taxation of certain food items, like salt, sugar. I mean, maybe you could, or even I know that there are also proposals to tax plastic waste. Maybe you can comment also on this measure as a one way to reduce waste and also improve food sustainability. Thank you.
Let's go first to ma'am, because we talk about food. So, have we measured food waste?
The Food and Nutrition Research Institute has actually conducted a survey with regards to food waste, but I cannot remember the specific percentage, but it's actually it's high at the household level. But we don't have studies on the food waste or food losses of restaurants. We don't have that kind of data, and it's a research cut. We also don't have data, for example, if we can track, for example, this corporation or this company has this certain food waste or food loss. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. How about Ms. Leah?
Yeah, the first question is very interesting. There have been efforts to measure waste and also plastic waste that has been produced. I think if I'm not mistaken, LGUs are also mandated to do waste audits and waste characterization, and they also have data on how much waste is produced. In 2019, Gaia, the Global Alliance for Incinerator Alternatives, a partner organization that we work with, also published a report. They did an estimate on sachet waste, Labo waste, and other plastic packaging in the Philippines. It's quite graphic. The estimate at that time in 2019 for sachet waste is that the companies produced as much as, I forgot the exact figure, but graphically, if you put one sachet on top of the other, you'll be knee deep in Metro Manila. The whole Metro Manila will be covered knee deep in that much plastic sachets, and that is the volume of sachets that's produced every year. What's missing is that companies do not disclose how much plastic they produce. So this has been part of our campaign with the Break Free from Plastic movement. We've been asking for transparency from companies. We've asked for this transparency to be in the current EPR law when the law was still being deliberated, that the reporting of companies of their plastic production needs to be public. There needs to be transparency about it. If you look through the internet, and you look for figures of how much sachets, for example, or plastic sachets is produced by companies like Unilever or Nestle, you'll only find global figures, no local figures. So it's really hard to kind of, if you can't manage what you can't count, right? And that is a big gap for policy making, as well as for really ensuring that these policies are successful. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, I was signaled that I have to close the Q&A. I'm seeing very interesting questions in the chat. I really apologize to our participants in Zoom, but we will do our best to make sure that our participants and speakers are able to get your question, and so that we can also send to you their responses. But for now, let me please give a round of applause to our virtual speakers and our speakers here for their participation and for their presentations. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Quimba, the panelists and discussant, and the participants for the fruitful discussion. So before we close the program, may I call on Mr. Joshua Uel Abad, the Program Manager at the Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung, Philippines, for the closing remarks. So Mr. Abad, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Clarisse. Speakers, panelists, presenters, Attorney De Pedro, Mr. Michael Santos, Attorney Bueta, Dr. Talavera, of course, Dr. Quimba, Dr. Jamil, Paolo, Francisco, and all the participants, distinguished participants, partners, friends, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Konrad-Adenauer-Stiftung Philippines, I would like to thank every one of you for attending this hybrid symposium on resilient and sustainable future for all, promoting circular economy through responsible consumption and production. 4 days ago, I was in Cambodia not for the SEA Games, but to attend this year's Waste Summit. It was CAS Cambodia's biggest event, or the flagship event for this year. And it was attended by about 400 to almost 600 people. Outside the sessions halls of an old factory garment factory, it was refurbished and reused to become a events place. There were businesses, exhibitors that featured recycled products like repurposed chairs, bags, the usual stuff that we see in our Facebook feeds. There were also some who were collecting old laptops, broken laptops. They say that more than 90% of your old laptops can be reused, from plastic hardwares and to the metals and the microchips in the laptops. The whole point of the summit is that there is value in waste, of course, if it is well segregated and well collected. But why am I saying this? Number one, it tells us that of how much waste there is, because the fact that there's a summit for it means that lots of waste needs to be recycled. Another one is that there's an audience for it, that people are interested in the issue. And the third one, personally, it also shows how much work we need to do in promoting circular transition, because as we've learned today, circularity stretches far, far way beyond just recycling and waste segregation. It's just part of it. I mean, we need to recycle, we need to segregate and find value in waste. But I think we also must pour in more investments and more attention into rethinking both consumption and production, which I think this symposium is that's why I'm happy with this symposium, with the topic of this symposium, because I think that we need to find new ways, not new waste. That's a bad pun. So, because if we really want to create a circular economy that works effectively and efficiently, we've got to focus on cutting down the use of primary resources, plastics, and also putting more investment into circular business models. We should also start by having more in-depth discussions with companies, with businesses, other stakeholders, to figure out how we can really boost these models and test it and make it viable. We need to make it still profitable, maybe not infinitely, but most importantly, we want to make them appealing to consumers, because it's kind of difficult, and even more difficult if to get people on board if we don't see the benefits and we don't measure the benefits also and the cost. So I think it's important to measure and communicate the ROIs, the value, even the cost of shifting to a more circular model, or perhaps also the cost of not shifting into it. And I think that's why we're in AIM today, how timely. So I don't want to hold you any longer because it's already past lunchtime. Kakagaling lang natin sa presentation on responsible consumption. Just a reminder, I'm not sure if that's on purpose. So kind of feels odd from someone who is like, the figure is like more circular. No? Bilog na po. So responsible consumption, food consumption. But seriously, I hope that as we end this symposium, we will all continue we will continue, and to some, maybe in our audience, more than 200 people attended, will take a share in writing the beautiful story of how we will become as successful in shifting to a more circular economy. Yes, it's not going to be easy. In fact, it's difficult, maybe chaotic, and there's lots of risk involved. But I'm sure it will all be worth it because we need it. The bottom line is that we need to figure out how to make this work. So I hope that you enjoyed the symposium. If you did, please tell your friends, tell the people that you love about us, about CAS, about PIDS, AIM, RSN, PCC. Like us on our Facebook and social media platforms, because we usually do these kinds of things and events, and you'll be updated through these platforms. But if you didn't like this event, tell your enemies, tell the people that you don't like, para feeling yung nakabayagi kayo na. Either way, we'll welcome all of you, you're all welcome to our events. And we're happy to have you here today. Thank you very much for attending and see you all in our future events.
So thank you, Mr. Abad, for the closing remarks. So on behalf of the organizers of this event, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the speakers, panelists, discussants, moderators, and participants of this symposium. Hence, so should you be interested to look back at the presentations, you may download the presentations at the PIDS website. So we also kindly invite everyone to scan the QR code or go to the link to evaluate our symposium. Our team will also send you the link should you miss it. So, next slide, please. So, ayun nga rin, sa promotion ni Josh. So, please visit the PIDS website, Facebook page, Twitter page, and YouTube account. So, for updates regarding PIDS events. Then, last slide, please. So we also kindly invite you to the PIDS webinar on May 23 on taxing digital transactions, exploring policy solutions for taxation challenges in the digital commerce landscape. So please visit the PIDS website to register. So for the participants of the PASCN General Assembly later on site, kindly stay after lunch. And for the participants online, please log in at 1:20 p.m. using the link provided for the General Assembly. Now, may I kindly invite all on-site participants to proceed to the Fuller Hall for lunch. But before that, may we request everyone to proceed in front for a photo opportunity. Okay. So first daw po muna yung panelists and moderators and our guests. Thank you.